Lila had never been the most graceful person, but the digital world was where she truly excelled. She could navigate complex virtual landscapes with the finesse of a seasoned explorer, or, more accurately, the reckless abandon of someone who didn't quite understand the concept of personal space in a crowded arcade. As she jostled her way through the neon-lit chaos of the latest VR gaming lounge, she managed to bump into not just one but 3 different avatars, each of them morphing into glitchy caricatures for a few moments before returning to their pixelated selves. Sorry. Watch where you're going, Lila, she chided herself, chuckling at her own clumsiness. She was so focused on the shiny holographic displays and the booming soundtracks that accompanied each game that she nearly missed the most important part of her evening, the launch of a new avatar technology that promised to let users visit their virtual hometowns. With an exaggerated leap, she bounded toward a booth labeled Homeward Bound VR. The marketing was flashy, bright colors and catchy phrases that promised nostalgia and self-discovery. Lila's heart raced at the thought of reconnecting with her roots. She hadn't been back to her hometown in years, not since the great high school debacle where she accidentally set off a confetti cannon in the middle of a serious speech competition. That day had been etched in her memory as a perfect example of how not to handle social situations. The booth operator, a cheerful woman with a headset and an overly bright smile, handed Lila a VR headset, insisting, "You're going to love it. Just think of all the memories." With a smirk and a flip of her hair, Lila thought, what could possibly go wrong? The last time she felt nostalgic, it involved a half-eaten slice of cake and a regrettable karaoke rendition of "I Will Survive." She slipped the headset on, and the world melted away in a burst of pixels and sound. A moment later, Lila found herself standing in the middle of a fantastically vibrant version of her hometown, everything hyper-realistic and exaggeratedly cheerful. The trees were a little too green, the sky a little too blue, and every building seemed to radiate warmth and happiness, like something out of a children's book. At first, she was enchanted, twirling in place to take it all in. But then she noticed something strange. The avatars around her were not nearly as vibrant as their surroundings. They moved with mechanical precision, their expressions fixed in smiles that felt more like masks than genuine joy. "Wow, they're really committed to this perfect town aesthetic," Lila muttered, adjusting her virtual hair. She was about to poke fun at the absurdity when she bumped into Mechs. "Hey, watch it," he said, though the words came out with an oddly cheerful tone. Lila looked up to see a tall, lanky avatar with cartoonishly large glasses and an exaggerated smile. His eyes sparkled with mischief. "Sorry. I thought I was in a dream, and I didn't expect to run into." She paused. "Wait, are you Mechs? From the library?" He sighed dramatically. Yes, it's me. I know. I'm as surprised to see you as you are to see me, but honestly, I'm more of a shadow than a specter around here." Lila laughed. "You're even nerdier in virtual form." "Welcome to my life," he quipped back, adjusting his glasses in an exaggerated manner. "But seriously, you might want to tread carefully. The folks around here are trapped in their own little perfect bubbles." As they walked through the town square, the humorous contrast between the town's vibrant design and the avatar's flat expressions grew more pronounced. Lila watched as one avatar, a middle-aged woman with a permanent smile, attempted to engage another in conversation, only for the latter to respond with a programmed line about the weather, followed by a mechanical nod. "Okay, this is getting weird," Lila said, her brows knitting together. "Why are they all so robotic?" Mechs shrugged, gesturing toward a nearby fountain that sparkled in the sunlight. "It's a little too cheerful here, don't you think?" They're stuck in these idealized versions of themselves, afraid to step out of line or show any real emotion. A thought struck Lila like a stray pixel. What if we could help them? I mean, if we could change their settings, maybe they could find a more authentic version of themselves. Max raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you serious? You'd really want to do that? Why not? Let's give them a taste of reality. It could be fun. Lila's eyes glinted with mischief, the gears of her imagination whirring to life. Fun? Or chaos? Max asked, half laughing, half concerned. Either way, I'm in, Lila declared, determination flooding her veins. Let's break the mold. The next few days were a whirlwind of experimentation and hilarity. Lila and Max set to work trying to alter the avatar settings, diving deep into the user interface that was surprisingly complex for a system designed for such simplicity. As they fiddled with the parameters, they could hear the avatars around them sputtering into existence, morphing in ways that were sometimes unexpected, and often downright hilarious. Okay, let's try this, Lila said, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. What if we tweak this avatar's personality to be a little more eccentric? With a flourish, she hit the enter key, and the avatar, a once mild-mannered librarian, suddenly burst into a theatrical soliloquy about the importance of library fines. My dear patrons, it is not just a monetary issue. It is a matter of principle, the librarian exclaimed, waving her arms wildly as nearby avatars gawked at her. Max doubled over with laughter. You've turned her into a Shakespearean actress. What's next, a tap-dancing postman? Don't tempt me. Lila shot back, grinning. As they continued their mission, they encountered an avatar that was once a shy teenage boy. With a simple adjustment to his settings, he transformed into an outrageous stand-up comedian, delivering punchlines that had the crowd in stitches. Lila couldn't help but think how wonderfully freeing it was to see these avatars step outside their previously confined selves, yet, for every hilarious success, there were moments of unexpected poignancy. One avatar, a sweet old man who had once been a local baker, suddenly displayed a vulnerability that took them both by surprise. Instead of his usual cheerful banter, he shared a touching story about his late wife, lamenting how he had lost touch with what brought him joy after her passing. I didn't think I could feel this way again, he said, his voice trembling. Lila felt a pang of empathy. Sometimes, we just need a little nudge to reconnect with what really matters. The town began to buzz with life as avatars shared their stories, growing closer in unexpected ways. A former cheerleader started a dance party with a group of previously stoic avatars who were now breaking into spontaneous routines, each move full of joy and freedom. Lila watched, her heart swelling at the sight. Look at them. They're finally living. Max exclaimed, his eyes shining. Lila turned to him, a newfound sense of purpose igniting within her. But what happens when they realize this is just a game? What will they do when they have to return to reality? Max looked thoughtful. That's the tricky part. It's one thing to let them express themselves here, but they still have to face the real world afterward. And just when they thought things couldn't get any better, disaster struck. A flicker in the digital atmosphere sent a shiver through the program, and the avatars began to glitch, their bright colors fading into dull hues. Oh, Lila said, her heart racing. What's happening? I think we hit a snag, Max replied, eyes wide. The system's malfunctioning. If we don't fix this, they'll revert to their original settings. What do we do? Max's expression turned serious, a far cry from the carefree banter they'd shared. We need to stabilize the system. If we can get to the main control panel, we might be able to stop the reset. As they rushed through the town, Lila felt a swell of urgency. They couldn't let the avatars lose their newfound identities. These beings, once trapped in rigid molds, had started to embrace their true selves, and she couldn't let it slip away. But just as they reached the main control panel, a wave of chaos swept through the virtual town, avatars spinning and shaking as if caught in a storm. "Hold on!" Lila shouted, desperately trying to keep her balance as the digital landscape twisted around her. In that moment of chaos, she realized something profound. The fight for authenticity wasn't just about the avatars, it was a fight for everyone. This was about self-acceptance, breaking free from the chains of expectation. And as she fumbled with the controls, Lila knew she was ready to stand up for what was right, not just for herself, but for all those who had ever felt trapped in their own lives. Lila steadied herself against the tumultuous shifts of the virtual landscape, the control panel flickering with urgent warning lights. With Max at her side, she could feel the weight of their mission pressing down, every second crucial to keep the avatars from reverting to their old, hollow selves. "Just think. You can do this!" Lila shouted, her voice rising above the digital storm. She tapped at the control panel, each keystroke sending ripples of energy through the code. "If we can just stabilize their settings, they won't lose the progress they've made." Max nodded, his determination evident. "Right. We need to recalibrate the avatar profiles before they reset. Let's prioritize those who've shown the most growth." With a determined focus, Lila navigated the chaotic interface, her fingers dancing over the keys. "Okay, here's the profile for the librarian. Let's keep her Shakespearean flair but tone it down so she doesn't completely lose it." She quickly adjusted the settings, watching as the librarian avatar settled into a more balanced persona, still eccentric but grounded. "Next." Max pointed at the baker, who had just begun to open up about his past. "We can't lose him now." Lila hastily made the adjustments, her heart racing as the avatar transformed back into the cheerful but vulnerable man they had come to know. Each success filled her with hope, yet the chaos intensified around them. Avatars spun erratically, their laughter turning into panicked yells as the system began to fragment. "Come on. We need to move faster," she urged, feeling the pressure build. Each moment was a frantic balancing act, a testament to how fragile these new identities were. The townspeople, now animated and full of life, could sense the danger. A group of avatars, led by the former cheerleader, rallied together, forming a protective circle around Lila and Max. "We're not going back," she declared, determination shining in her eyes. "We've finally found ourselves. We won't let this end." Lila grinned, feeling the warmth of camaraderie radiate from the avatars. Their shared resolve fueled her, pushing her to work faster. With each successful adjustment, she felt a surge of pride. This wasn't just about changing avatars, it was about empowering them to embrace their real selves. "Almost there," she shouted, her fingers flying over the keys as she dove into the intricate network of codes, rewriting lines with newfound zeal. She could sense the connection between the avatars growing stronger, their identities intertwining in a way that transcended the virtual world. But then, just as they began to stabilize the avatars, a sudden blast of static echoed through the town, and the control panel flickered ominously. The colors of the digital landscape began to dull, and for a terrifying moment, Lila feared everything they had fought for would disappear. "Lila, the main core is about to overload," Max shouted, his voice tinged with panic. "We need to redirect the energy." "Redirect? How?" she asked, desperation creeping in. "Think. We have to channel their energy, their connections, into the core. It's the only way to stabilize the system. Lila's mind raced, recalling the connections they had witnessed among the avatars. Okay. Everyone, gather around, she called, her voice steady despite the urgency. You need to focus on what makes you feel alive. Channel your experiences, your emotions, everything that brought you here. One by one, the avatars began to share their stories, their voices intertwining in a beautiful tapestry of emotion. The librarian recounted her transformation into a passionate performer, while the baker spoke of rediscovering joy in baking again. Each tale resonated, filling the air with warmth and a sense of belonging. Lila felt the energy shift. Yes. Keep going, she encouraged, her heart swelling with pride. Let it flow. As they channeled their collective experiences into the core, the energy surged, vibrant colors swirling around them like a tidal wave. Lila and Max grabbed onto the control panel, working in tandem to guide the energy into the system. The panel shook violently as the avatar's stories merged with the code, a bright light erupting from the core. Lila could feel it, the raw power of connection and authenticity breaking through the barriers of the digital world. Now, she yelled, her voice barely audible over the roar. With a final keystroke, she sent the energy spiraling into the heart of the system. The screen flickered wildly, and for a brief moment, Lila felt herself suspended in a whirlwind of color and sound, a kaleidoscope of life unfolding before her eyes. Then, just as suddenly as it began, everything settled. The chaos receded, leaving a calm stillness in its wake. The colors around them shimmered softly, as if the town itself was breathing a sigh of relief. Lila blinked, taking in the sight. The avatars stood before her, vibrant and alive, their expressions now genuine reflections of who they had become. You did it! Max exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. They're free. The former cheerleader grabbed Lila's hands, eyes shining. We're ourselves again. Thank you. One by one, the avatars gathered around, their gratitude palpable. The baker stepped forward, a warm smile breaking across his face. You showed us how to feel again. We'll carry this with us, even when we return to the real world. Lila felt a lump in her throat. I just helped you see who you already were. But as the avatars rejoiced, Lila's heart began to weigh heavily. What will happen now? When we log off? Max stepped beside her, understanding dawning in his eyes. They've experienced something real. They'll take these changes with them. Maybe they'll inspire others to embrace their true selves, too. The realization settled in Lila's heart like a comforting blanket. She had set out to change the avatars, but perhaps, in the process, she had discovered something about herself. Maybe it was time for her to face her own fears, to reconnect with her own past. As the digital sunset painted the virtual sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a warmth spreading through her. The avatars began to fade, their forms shimmering like the last rays of sun before nightfall. Remember, you're not alone, she called out, her voice echoing in the stillness. Thank you, Lila. We'll remember, came the chorus of voices, each one resonating with sincerity. When the last avatar disappeared, Lila found herself back in the arcade, the headset slipping from her face as the real world rushed back in. She blinked against the harsh fluorescent lights, her heart still racing. Max stood beside her, a grin plastered across his face. Did you see that? We changed them. You changed them, he said, excitement bubbling over. I can't believe it, she replied, her mind still spinning from the experience. But a new resolve was forming within her. I need to go back. I need to face my own hometown. Max nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. Then let's do it. Together. As they left the arcade, Lila felt a sense of purpose igniting within her. She wasn't just returning to her hometown, she was ready to reclaim her story, to confront the awkwardness of her past with the lessons she had learned. The virtual world had shown her that authenticity and connection were powerful forces, and it was time to bring that spirit back into her real life. The sunlight warmed her face as they stepped outside, and Lila took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. The world around her buzzed with life, just as the virtual town had. With each step, she could feel the weight of her fears lifting, replaced by a growing excitement for what lay ahead. And as she turned to Max, the laughter bubbling between them, Lila realized that perhaps the greatest adventure wasn't in a virtual world but right there in the unpredictable, messy reality of life. With a newfound determination, she set off toward her hometown, ready to embrace whatever came next, knowing that she was no longer just a character in a story, but the author of her own. The end. In the near future, the military had traded in their rifles for headsets and neural interfaces. Gone were the days of muddy boots and war-torn landscapes, replaced by pixelated battlefields and avatars. Soldiers now entered the fray of war not as flesh and blood but as ones and zeros, battling in sprawling digital arenas. And nowhere was this more apparent than at Fort Avenger, a military base that looked more like an amusement park for tech enthusiasts than a traditional outpost. Jake Thompson was a rookie in this brave new world. He had always imagined the life of a soldier filled with heroics, grit, and glory. Instead, his initiation involved a virtual reality training session where he stood in a sterile white room, clad in a clunky headset that felt more like a high-tech bicycle helmet than military gear. Ready for combat, a chipper AI voice chirped, almost mockingly. Sure. Jake said, trying to sound confident, despite the butterfly stampede happening in his stomach. He took a deep breath and pressed the button to enter the simulation. Instantly, he was thrust into a vibrant, chaotic battlefield that looked like a combination of a video game and a carnival gone wrong. Soldiers darted around him, and explosions lit up the sky like 4th of July fireworks. Jake looked down and found himself controlling an avatar that looked like a cross between a superhero and a cartoon character, complete with oversized muscles and an unnecessarily large helmet. "Okay, Jake," he muttered to himself, "just blend in." But blending in was hard when your avatar started walking backward on its own. What the? With a frantic wave of his hands, he managed to spin his character around, only to accidentally launch a grenade at his own teammates. No, no, no. The grenade exploded, sending virtual debris everywhere and knocking his companions off their feet. "Nice throw, Thompson," shouted Lieutenant Sarah Kim, his mentor, who was trying to contain her laughter. Sarah was a seasoned soldier, tough, smart, and with an infectious sense of humor that made even Jake's blunders feel less disastrous. "I swear that was a mistake," Jake said, face flushed as he tried to control his avatar, which had now gone rogue, chaotically waving its arms as if it were trying to hail a cab in the middle of a disaster zone. "Looks like your avatar's got a mind of its own," Sarah quipped, shaking her head with a grin. "Just try to keep the grenades away from us, all right?" With each passing second, the simulation escalated into a whirlwind of absurdity. Jake's avatar slipped and tripped, misfiring weapons and accidentally tackling his own team. Just as he thought he might actually get a handle on it, the simulation began glitching. The battlefield warped and twisted like a funhouse mirror, and the AI's cheerful prompts turned into static screeches. Guys? I think something's wrong," Jake yelled, heart racing as he realized they were in real trouble. the chaos of the virtual world was abruptly interrupted by a system-wide alarm. Mission failure. All soldiers, evacuate immediately, blared the AI. In a flurry of confusion, Jake barely made it back to the extraction point before the digital realm collapsed around him. Jake stumbled back into the real world, ripping off his helmet and gasping for air. The sterile room felt like a relief, but he could still hear the echoes of the chaos he had just endured. "Welcome back, champ," Sarah said, crossing her arms and leaning against a wall. "You really put the fun in dysfunctional." Jake groaned, half laughing, half embarrassed. "I think my avatar might need some serious therapy." As the days passed, Jake adjusted to the idea of virtual warfare, though his initial enthusiasm had waned. He learned the ropes from Sarah and other experienced soldiers, absorbing their lessons as if they were golden nuggets of wisdom. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something vital was missing. It was as if they were playing a video game while ignoring the underlying reality of war, the lives, the pain, and the chaos that lingered beyond the screens. On their first real mission, Jake donned his headset with a mix of excitement and anxiety. This time, they were tasked with infiltrating a digital stronghold held by a rival faction that had developed a nasty reputation for hacking simulations. The soldiers entered the simulation with a renewed sense of purpose. But as they stepped into the virtual world, Jake felt a familiar flutter of apprehension. The landscape was vast and sprawling, a dystopian city filled with towering skyscrapers, crumbling roads, and ominous shadows lurking in alleyways. It felt hauntingly real, even if it was just a simulation. As they began their operation, Jake tried to focus, but every glitch he had experienced in training loomed in the back of his mind. "Stay sharp," Sarah commanded as they moved as a unit, her voice steady and authoritative. "We've trained for this. Trust your avatar." Jake nodded, trying to push down his nerves. They engaged in a series of tactical maneuvers, successfully taking out enemy avatars and gathering intel. For the first time, he felt like he was part of something larger than himself, his skills finally aligning with his ambitions. But then, without warning, everything went haywire. The enemy had anticipated their moves, and the glitching that had plagued Jake before returned with a vengeance. The city warped, colors bled, and suddenly Jake was unable to control his avatar. He watched in horror as his character stood frozen, a mere spectator in a frenzied digital melee. "Jake, move!" Sarah shouted, dodging virtual bullets as she fought to keep the team together. But Jake couldn't respond. Fear had paralyzed him. The chaos around him escalated, and his breath quickened as he began to feel the full weight of what they were experiencing. In that moment of desperation, he remembered why he had signed up in the first place: to fight for something greater, to make a difference. He had envisioned glory but now faced the stark reality of his situation. Suddenly, clarity struck. With a determined grit, he broke through the paralysis and focused on the mission. "I can do this," he whispered, channeling his fear into action. He activated his avatar's special abilities and maneuvered through the battlefield with newfound confidence. Together with Sarah, they led their unit, adapting to the chaos and using the glitches to their advantage. They fought fiercely, strategically outsmarting the enemy until they finally took control of the stronghold. As the mission concluded and the digital landscape returned to normalcy, Jake felt exhilarated yet exhausted. He had faced his fears head-on, overcoming the chaos and gaining respect from his peers, particularly from Sarah, who had witnessed his transformation. After the mission, Jake and Sarah stood side by side, watching the sunset through the base's observation deck. The sky was painted with hues of orange and purple, a stark contrast to the chaos they had just faced. "You did good out there, Thompson," Sarah said, her voice warm. "I knew you had it in you." "Thanks, but it took a lot of messing up to get there," Jake replied, a smile creeping onto his face. "I never thought I'd actually enjoy this, you know. The chaos, the glitches, it's like a wild ride." Sarah chuckled, her eyes twinkling. "Just remember, it's not all fun and games. There's a real cost to all of this. We can't forget that, even in a virtual world." "I get that now," Jake said, looking thoughtful. "It's not just about winning the battle, it's about understanding what we're fighting for." In that moment, a bond formed between them, a mix of camaraderie and respect forged through shared experiences. Jake realized that war, virtual or not, was about the connections they made, the lives they protected, and the lessons learned in the process. As they made their way back to the barracks, Jake felt lighter, a sense of purpose swelling within him. The soldier he had aspired to be was no longer just a distant dream, he was becoming that person, pixel by pixel, glitch by glitch. Days turned into weeks, and the missions continued. Each time Jake stepped into the virtual battlefield, he felt a little braver, a little more equipped to handle whatever chaos awaited him. With Sarah by his side, he learned the importance of teamwork, strategy, and resilience, but one day, during a routine training exercise, the simulation went awry once again. This time, it was worse than ever. The glitching became severe, transforming their once familiar environment into a nightmarish landscape where logic ceased to exist. Avatars morphed into grotesque figures, and the battle was no longer just a game, it felt painfully real. "Jake! We need to regroup," Sarah shouted as they fought against a tide of anomalies, her voice barely cutting through the chaos, but Jake felt a surge of fear clawing at him, threatening to pull him back into paralysis. He took a deep breath, remembering all they had faced together. "I won't freeze again," he whispered to himself, pushing back against the rising panic. He focused on Sarah's commands, rallied the team, and together they adapted to the chaos, fighting their way through the warped reality. It was an arduous struggle, but in the end, they emerged victorious once more, the system rebooting and restoring order to the simulation. As the team gathered to debrief, Jake couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. They had faced something far beyond a simple glitch. They had confronted the fear that had threatened to consume him. "You did it again, Thompson," Sarah said, a proud smile on her face. "You didn't back down." "Thanks, but I couldn't have done it without you," Jake replied, his heart swelling with appreciation. "You showed me what it means to fight, not just with weapons but with conviction." As the weeks rolled on, Jake continued to grow. He found a new rhythm in the chaos of virtual warfare, and with it, he began to find peace within himself. He no longer viewed the missions solely as a game, they were opportunities to forge connections, understand sacrifice, and embrace the unpredictability of life. One evening, after a particularly challenging mission, Jake and Sarah sat together, watching the digital sky flicker with simulated stars. "Do you ever wonder what it's all for?" Jake asked, a hint of introspection in his tone. "Every day," Sarah replied, gazing thoughtfully at the horizon. "But I think it's about more than just the missions. It's about the relationships we build and the lessons we learn along the way. Even in a virtual world, those things matter." Jake nodded, realizing how far he had come since his first chaotic foray into the simulations. "I've learned that courage isn't about being fearless. It's about facing those fears, whether in a virtual battle or in real life." Sarah smiled, her expression reflecting a deep understanding. "Exactly. And that's what makes you a soldier." As they stood there, side by side, Jake felt a sense of belonging wash over him. The chaos of virtual warfare had led him to this moment, a moment of clarity and connection. He was not just an avatar in a digital world, he was a part of something greater, a brotherhood bound by shared experiences. In that moment, Jake understood that, no matter where the war led him, he would face it with courage, humor, and a newfound appreciation for the complexities of both life and battle. He looked at Sarah, a grin spreading across his face. "You know, I might not be the best soldier out there, but at least I've got the best wing woman." Sarah laughed, a sound that lit up the night. "And I've got the best grenade-launching rookie. Just keep those things pointed away from me, all right?" Together, they stood amidst the flickering lights of the virtual world, ready to face whatever came next. Side by side, the next morning at Fort Avenger, the air crackled with a palpable energy. Jake had awoken with a sense of purpose, the weight of his previous fears now transformed into fuel for his determination. The virtual battles they faced had become a kind of second nature, a dance he was finally learning to lead. As he geared up for the day, he could hear the low hum of anticipation echoing through the barracks, ready to conquer the digital battlefield again. Sarah teased as she entered the room, her voice full of enthusiasm, more like ready to not blow us all up this time. Jake shot back with a grin, recalling his earlier mishaps. He could still picture his avatar, awkwardly flailing about like a new recruit trying to impress his crush. "I think I've got a handle on things now, though." "Good to hear," she replied, her eyes sparkling. "We've got a big one today, an operation to recover some critical data that's been compromised. It's not just about defeating the enemy, it's about strategy and teamwork." They gathered in the briefing room with their unit, the atmosphere charged with camaraderie and shared purpose. As their commanding officer laid out the mission details, Jake felt a familiar surge of excitement mixed with nerves. The enemy had fortified their defenses in the virtual stronghold, and they needed to rely on each other more than ever. As they donned their headsets, Jake couldn't shake the feeling that today was different. The laughter and jokes shared during training felt like a safety net, wrapping him in confidence. He glanced over at Sarah, who was focused and ready, and felt an unshakable resolve settle in his chest. When they entered the simulation, the familiar rush of the virtual world enveloped them. This time, instead of a sprawling metropolis, they found themselves in a dense, foreboding jungle, complete with towering trees and an underbrush thick enough to hide an army. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground, and Jake felt a thrill race through him. "Stick together," Sarah reminded everyone. "We'll need to outsmart the enemy, not just outfight them. Communication is key." Jake nodded, his heart racing with anticipation. As they moved deeper into the jungle, they encountered holographic projections of the enemy, their avatars skittering through the foliage, agile and stealthy. The team fell into formation, each member aware of their role, and Jake felt the adrenaline coursing through him. "Jake, you're on point," Sarah instructed. "Lead us to that intel. Keep your eyes peeled for ambushes." "Yes, ma'am," he replied, feeling the weight of responsibility but also a rush of empowerment. He navigated through the underbrush, his avatar moving fluidly as he scanned the area, adrenaline heightening his senses. Suddenly, an alarm blared. "Enemy ambush detected." A swarm of enemy avatars burst from the shadows, and chaos erupted. Jake's heart raced as he ducked behind a tree, taking a moment to assess the situation. "Flank left," he shouted, recalling the tactical maneuvers they had practiced. The team moved as one, working in harmony, as he launched a well-aimed shot at one of the approaching enemies. His shot hit its mark, and he felt a surge of pride. "Nice shot." Sarah praised, her voice cutting through the cacophony of battle. They fought fiercely, weaving between trees and using the terrain to their advantage. The jungle came alive with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, each moment an exhilarating reminder of why they were here. As they engaged the enemy, Jake felt his confidence solidifying with each successful encounter. But then, the tide of the battle shifted. A massive enemy avatar, larger and more formidable than the rest, charged toward them, its presence like a storm cloud rolling in. "This one's ours," Sarah declared, rallying the team. "We take it down together." Jake felt a rush of determination as they coordinated their attacks, each member of the team doing their part. They moved in sync, a well-oiled machine. As they closed in on the behemoth, Jake could see the pixels glitching around it, proof of the hacking that had compromised their mission. "Now!" Sarah shouted. With a united effort, they unleashed a barrage of firepower, and Jake could feel the adrenaline peak as their combined strength overcame the enemy. With a final blast, the colossal avatar disintegrated into shards of data. Cheers erupted in their communication feed, a symphony of exhilaration. "We did it!" Jake shouted, laughing in disbelief at the chaos they had just conquered. "Let's keep moving," Sarah urged, a grin on her face that mirrored his own. "We're not done yet." They pressed on through the jungle, navigating traps and defeating smaller enemy squads, their teamwork solidifying with each step. Jake found a rhythm, responding instinctively to Sarah's commands, his confidence soaring with every successful engagement. Finally, they reached the enemy's data core, a pulsating digital structure nestled deep within the jungle. Jake could hardly contain his excitement. "This is it." "Get ready," Sarah warned, her tone shifting to serious. "We'll need to cover each other while we extract the data. Expect heavy resistance." As they initiated the data extraction, an onslaught of enemy avatars surged toward them. Jake's heart raced as he and his team took defensive positions, firing with precision. The virtual bullets flew, and the air was thick with the tension of battle. He could feel the pulse of adrenaline, the weight of responsibility anchoring him. The extraction process seemed to take an eternity, and just when they thought they had the upper hand, the jungle erupted with enemy fire. "Fall back. Regroup," Sarah shouted, and they quickly adjusted their formation. Jake found himself beside Sarah, the two of them working together to fend off attackers. The chaos was intense, but he felt a sense of clarity amid the madness. With Sarah covering him, he took aim at an approaching enemy, his breath steady, his movements deliberate. "Jake, look out!" Sarah called out as an enemy avatar charged at him. He turned just in time to sidestep, narrowly avoiding a melee attack. Fueled by adrenaline, he countered with a swift kick that sent the enemy sprawling. "Nice moves." Sarah laughed, exhilarated. "Thanks. Just trying to keep up with you," he shot back, the thrill of combat igniting a fire within him. With the extraction nearing completion, they fought back the final wave of enemies, and finally, the data was secured. "Extraction complete. Let's get out of here," Jake shouted, relief flooding his voice. As they made their escape, Jake felt a rush of triumph. They had faced overwhelming odds and emerged victorious. The jungle around them transformed, the vibrant colors shifting back to the familiar sterile white of the training room. When they removed their headsets, the team erupted in cheers, high fives and laughter echoing around the room. Jake caught Sarah's eye, and they shared a smile of mutual understanding and respect. He felt a sense of belonging, the bond forged through shared trials solidifying into something unbreakable. "Great job out there," Sarah said, her voice warm. "You really stepped up today." "Thanks, I couldn't have done it without you pushing me," Jake replied, gratitude swelling in his chest. "I finally feel like I belong here." As the day wound down, Jake found himself reflecting on how far he had come since his first chaotic training session. The mistakes and mishaps that had once felt embarrassing now seemed like stepping stones, paving the way for the soldier he was becoming. "Hey, you up for some celebratory food?" Sarah asked, breaking him from his thoughts. "Definitely. I could eat a whole pizza right now," he laughed, his stomach growling in agreement. They headed to the mess hall, the atmosphere light and buoyant. As they sat down with slices of pizza, the conversation flowed easily, laughter punctuating their stories of the day. Jake felt grateful for the friendships that had blossomed amid the chaos of virtual warfare. "You know," Sarah said, wiping sauce from her chin, "I was thinking about how we handle glitches in the simulation. Sometimes it feels like life is one big glitch, doesn't it?" "Absolutely," Jake agreed, taking a bite of his pizza. "It's like we're just trying to navigate through all the chaos, one battle at a time." "That's exactly it," she said, her eyes sparkling. "But what matters is how we face those glitches. We learn, adapt, and grow stronger." Jake nodded, feeling the truth of her words resonate within him. He had faced fears and failures, but he had also discovered courage and camaraderie in the most unexpected places. As the evening wore on and they finished their meal, Jake found himself looking forward to the future. He had entered this world seeking glory, but what he had gained was something far richer: friendship, understanding, and a sense of purpose that extended beyond the virtual battlefield. With each mission, he was learning more than just tactics. He was learning about life and what it meant to stand beside others in the face of chaos. He had transformed from the bumbling rookie into a soldier, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The sound of laughter filled the hall, and Jake felt a warmth spread through him. He was no longer just a player in a game, he was part of a team, a family bound by shared experiences. And as he glanced at Sarah, her laughter bright and genuine, he knew they would face whatever came next together. In that moment, Jake understood that even in a world driven by technology, the human element remained paramount. It was the bonds they formed, the lessons they learned, and the courage they found within themselves that truly defined their journey. As the night deepened, Jake couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. The battles they fought might be virtual, but the connections they built were all too real. Whatever awaited them in the digital realm, he knew he was ready to face it head-on, surrounded by friends who had become family. And as he settled into bed that night, the glow of the stars shining outside his window, Jake fell asleep with a smile on his face, eager for the adventures yet to come. He had found his place in the chaos of war, and with every glitch, every victory, he was becoming more than just a soldier. He was becoming a part of something greater than himself, and that was the greatest victory of all. The end. In a city that never stopped buzzing, where holographic billboards glimmered like the stars of a forgotten era, Sam found herself at a quirky little cafe called Bite and Brew. She was seated at a table crammed between a group of tech nerds debating the merits of the latest VR headset and a pair of poets scribbling furiously in their notebooks, the air filled with the smell of artisan coffee and an undercurrent of anxiety. Sam fiddled with her VR headset, which she wore like a crown, albeit one that occasionally slipped. "Ask you, okay, just one more try," she muttered, her fingers dancing over the controls. In theory, activating the experimental avatar program should have been a simple task, but today, her luck was as twisted as the cables connecting her headset to the console. Just then, a nearby table erupted in laughter. Sam glanced over to see a flamboyant drag queen, all sequins and sass, doing an impromptu performance to the delight of the patrons. Sam couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a pang of envy. She longed for that kind of confidence, the kind that made you want to strut into a cafe and declare, "I am fabulous." With a deep breath, Sam hit the activation button. The screen flickered, and she felt a jolt. Suddenly, her avatar, let's call her Samantha, a glamorous version of herself with cascading curls, an elegant dress, and an aura of unshakable confidence, materialized on the screen. Whoa! Sam gasped, momentarily forgetting about the real world. It was like looking into a mirror that reflected everything she wished she could be. "Hello, gorgeous," a voice chirped from the VR side. It was Mechs, the drag queen, now on her screen, adorned in a dazzling outfit. "You're ready to slay, darling. Let's show this digital world what you're made of." Sam laughed, feeling a rush of excitement. With Mechs as her mentor, she dove headfirst into the virtual realm, where her worries melted away like snowflakes on a sunny day. The first hour was a whirlwind. Sam danced, flirted, and performed digital karaoke, her laughter echoing through the virtual landscape. Every time she stepped into a new digital club, she felt a surge of bravery. But the moment she attempted to sing, "I Will Survive," was a real turning point. "Why are you singing like a dying cat?" Mechs teased, throwing his head back in laughter. "Just own it. If you're gonna be a disaster, be a fabulous disaster." The humor was refreshing, and Sam found herself loosening up, the embarrassment fading into the background like a forgotten track on a playlist. She began to embrace the fun of it all, losing herself in a world where she could express every bit of her identity without the fear of judgment. With each laugh and dance, she felt a little closer to the real Samantha. But just when things were heating up, a glitch struck. In a flurry of pixels, her avatar morphed into a cartoonish version of herself, a bulging-eyed creature with mismatched clothes and an oversized head. The sudden transformation sent the virtual crowd into hysterics. "What happened?" Sam yelled, half laughing, half embarrassed. "I look like a potato." Mechs clutched his stomach, tears streaming down his face. "A fabulous potato. You know what? This is your new vibe. Embrace it." Sam couldn't stop laughing, but deep down, the glitch reflected her fear of truly stepping into her identity. Did she really want to be a potato? The absurdity of it all, mixing courage with humor, made her realize that even the weirdest versions of herself were worth embracing. As the digital laughter echoed, Sam felt a twinge of determination. It was time to face her real life with the same audacity as she did in VR. The next day, she would put on her bravest outfit and take her first step into the world beyond the pixels. The sun peeked through her window, casting a warm glow across her room, and Sam woke up with a jolt of anxiety. "Today's the day," she reminded herself, staring at her reflection in the mirror. The same face she had seen every day suddenly felt like a stranger. "You've got this, Samantha." After a shower that felt like a ritual of rebirth, she sifted through her clothes. What would the brave version of her wear? She settled on a flowing dress that hugged her curves just right and a pair of shoes that clicked confidently against the floor. "Let's make an entrance," she said to her reflection, her heart racing. The cafe was packed, but it felt different today, like the walls were closing in on her. With each step inside, her heart pounded louder than the techno music blaring from the speakers. Her fingers grazed the edge of the VR console, and she took a deep breath, remembering her time with Mechs and the support of her digital friends. It was time to own her truth. "Sam, you look amazing." Jade, her tech-savvy friend, exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sam smiled, feeling the warmth of support wash over her. But the real challenge lay ahead. Sitting at a table were her family, their expressions ranging from confused to curious. Her heart raced as she approached, each step feeling heavier than the last. This was it, the moment where she'd bridged the gap between the girl she had been and the woman she was becoming. "Hey, everyone," she said, forcing a smile. "I have something important to share." "Is this about your new hair color?" her brother teased, breaking the tension with a laugh. "No, it's about me," Sam said, her voice steadying. "I'm transitioning. I'm becoming Samantha." Silence engulfed the table. The clock ticked loudly, each second stretching into eternity. Then, a mixed bag of reactions unfolded. Her mother looked stunned, her brother raised an eyebrow, and her father, typically stoic, shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Sam," her father began, but she cut him off. "No, let me finish," she urged. "This is who I am, and I need you to understand that. I've spent too long hiding. I want to live authentically." As she spoke, the nerves began to dissipate, replaced by the confidence she had cultivated in the virtual world. She shared her story, weaving in humor and heart, talking about her digital escapades and the quirky friends she had made along the way. Slowly, the tension broke, and laughter began to ripple through the air. "Did you say you were a potato in VR?" Jade chimed in, lightening the mood. "Because that sounds like a journey worth taking." Laughter erupted, easing the weight of the moment. Sam saw her family begin to smile, the ice thawing as they processed her words. The atmosphere shifted, and she felt a swell of hope rising within her, but as the dinner continued, the initial relief gave way to doubts. What if they didn't fully accept her? What if she lost them? After all, navigating real life was infinitely more complicated than hopping back into the virtual world. She was on the verge of retreating to that comforting space when a familiar face appeared, Zara, the fellow trans woman she had met in the VR realm. "Hey, I heard about your revelation," Zara said, her energy contagious. "Let's have a little celebration. You've earned it." With a renewed sense of purpose, Sam agreed. They made plans for a virtual celebration that weekend, promising to invite all their friends. But the evening was far from over. As they left the cafe, Sam felt both exhilarated and drained. Once home, she slipped on her headset, ready to escape to her digital oasis. But as she connected, she was met with a sudden darkness. The system crashed, and panic set in. "Not now," she shouted, her heart racing. Just when she thought it couldn't get worse, a notification flashed on the screen: "Avatar creation failed. Please restart." She ripped the headset off, frustration boiling over. The sense of security she had found in the virtual world was slipping away, and she felt stranded. Her phone buzzed with messages from Jade and Mechs, encouraging her to come back. But how could she return when her lifeline felt severed? After a restless night, Sam woke up feeling lost. Her initial bravery began to fade, replaced by the familiar feelings of doubt and fear. She needed to reconnect with the confidence she had found, but it felt distant, like a shadow retreating at dawn. Later that week, as she walked through the city, the vibrant energy around her started to spark something within. She passed a mural of a phoenix rising, and it struck her: she, too, could rise anew, both in the virtual and real world. The weekend arrived, and Sam donned her favorite outfit, a radiant mix of colors that reflected her personality. She headed to the cafe, where a digital party was in full swing, filled with familiar faces and laughter. The virtual space felt alive, a community eager to celebrate her. Mechs greeted her with open arms. "You're here. You're finally here, Samantha." With every moment spent in the virtual world, Sam felt pieces of her former self slipping away, replaced by a growing sense of belonging. They danced, laughed, and shared stories, and the memory of her family dinner faded into the background. In that virtual realm, she realized that the strength she had found was not just in her avatar but within herself. Embracing every quirk, every flaw, and every glorious detail of her identity felt like standing tall on a mountaintop. As the night wore on, laughter mixed with music, and Sam felt free for the first time. Surrounded by friends, both digital and real, she let go of her fears. She was not just an avatar, she was a vibrant, complex human being, a work in progress but worthy of love and celebration. With the virtual world at her fingertips and a heart full of courage, Sam was ready to face whatever awaited her in the real world. The journey was only beginning, and she was prepared to embrace it all. The virtual party pulsed with energy, vibrant colors lighting up the digital landscape as avatars twirled and laughed. Sam felt the weight of her worries lift as she lost herself in the rhythm of the music. Mechs led the crowd in a dance-off, and despite her earlier doubts, she stepped forward, her confidence bolstered by the cheers of her friends. "Come on, Samantha. Show us what you've got," Mechs shouted, waving her onto the makeshift stage, a platform glowing with neon lights. Sam took a deep breath, her heart racing with excitement. She let the music wash over her, moving her body in a way that felt liberating. Every twirl and spin felt like shedding another layer of self-doubt. Laughter erupted as she attempted an exaggerated move that sent her nearly tumbling off the stage. "Hey, I'm just trying to keep it interesting," she joked, striking a pose that earned her a round of applause. This was her world now, where her quirks were celebrated rather than scrutinized. As the night unfolded, Sam felt a sense of camaraderie that she had long yearned for in her life. The laughter flowed freely, mixing with the joyful shouts of encouragement. Zara joined her on stage, and they launched into an impromptu duet, belting out a pop anthem that had everyone singing along. In this moment, she felt seen and accepted in ways she never had before. The party raged on, and as midnight approached, a soft voice broke through the laughter. "Sam, can we talk?" It was Zara, her expression earnest. "Of course. What's up?" Sam replied, stepping away from the dance floor. "I wanted to check in with you." "You're doing so great in here," Zara gestured to the digital landscape around them, "but I know the real world can be tough. How are you holding up?" Sam hesitated, the bright colors of the party fading momentarily. "Honestly, it's a bit overwhelming. My family is still processing everything, and sometimes it feels like I'm standing on shaky ground." Zara nodded, understanding etched on her face. "That's totally normal. You're making big changes, and it's okay to feel uncertain. Just remember, you have a whole community behind you. And it's okay to lean on us." "Thanks, Zara. It helps to know I'm not alone," Sam said, her voice steadying. "It feels so different here, where I can just be myself without worrying about what anyone thinks." "That's the magic of this place," Zara said, a smile returning to her lips. "But don't forget that you can bring some of that magic into the real world too." As the night wound down, Sam felt a renewed sense of purpose. The virtual realm had shown her what was possible, and she was ready to carry that confidence into her daily life. She hugged Zara tightly, feeling grateful for the friendship they had forged. The following week, she decided to channel that energy into her real-life interactions. She sought out her family for another discussion. This time, she wouldn't shy away from the tough conversations. She gathered her thoughts, ready to explain her journey again but with a newfound clarity. That weekend, Sam invited her family to the same cafe where they had shared that difficult dinner. She picked a table in the back, away from the distractions of the cafe's bustle. When they arrived, Sam noticed her mother's tentative smile and her father's cautious nod. "Thanks for coming," Sam began, feeling the familiar flutter of nerves. "I wanted to talk more about who I am and what that means for us moving forward." Her mother's eyes softened. "We want to understand, Sam. We really do." "Okay. So, transitioning isn't just about changing my appearance, it's about embracing who I've always been inside. I've felt this way for so long, but I've finally decided to live authentically." She paused, searching their faces for understanding. "In the virtual world, I found the courage to be myself. But I want to bring that same courage into our lives." Her father leaned in, his expression contemplative. "We're just worried about you, you know. The world can be a difficult place." "I know," Sam replied, her voice steady. "But I've also learned that I have a right to be who I am, and I want to share that journey with you. You don't have to worry about me being alone, I have a community now." Her mother reached out, taking Sam's hand. "We want to support you, Sam. We just need to learn how." With her heart racing, Sam began sharing stories of her experiences in the virtual world, the friends she had made, the laughter they shared, and how she had grown stronger in her identity. She painted a picture of her life beyond the cafe walls, where acceptance reigned, and being herself was celebrated. Slowly, the walls of doubt seemed to crumble. As the conversation flowed, they began to ask questions, genuinely curious about her journey. Sam felt herself relax, realizing that this wasn't just a one-sided dialogue, it was a chance to connect, to educate, and to heal. By the end of the meeting, Sam felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. Her family expressed their desire to learn more, promising to read about transgender experiences and offering to attend support groups with her. "We're in this together," her mother said, squeezing her hand tightly. As she walked home that evening, Sam's heart soared. She had taken a monumental step toward living her truth, and the fears that had once loomed over her were beginning to fade. The realization washed over her: she was not just surviving, she was thriving. The following week, she decided to host a small gathering of friends, both from her real life and the virtual world, at her apartment. She wanted to celebrate this new chapter of her life, where she could blend the different parts of herself seamlessly. As the day of the gathering approached, she spent hours decorating her place. She hung fairy lights and set up a makeshift dance floor in her living room. A playlist of upbeat tunes blared from her speakers, setting the mood. She even prepared a selection of snacks, nothing fancy, just enough to keep the energy high and the laughter flowing. When the doorbell rang, Sam felt a surge of excitement. She opened the door to a sea of familiar faces, each one a reminder that she was surrounded by love and acceptance. Mechs was the first to burst through, dramatically twirling into the room. "Darling, this is the party of the year," he exclaimed, beaming. As the evening progressed, laughter and music filled the air. Friends mingled, sharing stories and dancing like nobody was watching. Sam felt a glow of happiness, surrounded by people who celebrated her for exactly who she was. In a quiet moment, she found herself standing by the window, looking out at the city lights. The glow reminded her of her journey, a path illuminated by the courage to be herself. Zara joined her, leaning against the wall, sipping a drink. "You did it, Sam," she said, her voice soft but filled with pride. "You've brought everyone together, and you're shining brighter than ever." "I can't believe how far I've come," Sam replied, a smile creeping onto her face. "It feels surreal, like I'm finally in control of my story." "Good," Zara said, nudging her gently. "You deserve this happiness. Just remember, it's okay to have tough days. You're human, and that's part of the journey. With the night winding down, they gathered everyone for a toast. Sam stood at the center of the room, surrounded by friends who had become family. Thank you all for being here. Each of you has played a part in my journey, and I'm grateful for your love and support. Here's to new beginnings, to courage, and to being unapologetically ourselves. The room erupted in cheers, glasses clinking, laughter ringing out. In that moment, Sam felt invincible, the weight of the world lifted as she embraced her truth. As the party continued, Sam knew she was ready for whatever lay ahead. Each step she had taken, both in the real world and in the virtual space, had brought her closer to the person she was meant to be. No longer just a character in a game, she was the author of her own life, writing a story filled with hope, laughter, and unyielding love. The following week, as she walked through the city streets, she felt a new sense of belonging. The sun shone brightly, and for the first time, she didn't just see the city as a backdrop to her struggles but as a canvas for her future. Every corner held possibilities, and she was ready to paint her masterpiece. She made it a point to visit the cafe more often, turning it into her personal sanctuary, where she could enjoy the company of friends and share her experiences. Over time, she noticed the way people looked at her changed. The curiosity turned into acceptance, and the acceptance blossomed into celebration. One afternoon, while sitting at her usual table, she overheard a couple nearby discussing their own struggles with identity. They looked lost, their conversation filled with hesitation. Sam's heart raced as she recalled her own journey and the importance of community. "Excuse me," she said, approaching their table with a warm smile. "I couldn't help but overhear. If you're looking for support, I'm part of a wonderful group that might help." The couple looked surprised, but relief washed over their faces as they nodded. "Really? That would be amazing. We're just trying to figure things out." Sam sat down with them, sharing her own experiences, her struggles, and how the support of her friends had transformed her life. As she spoke, she saw the light of hope flicker in their eyes, a reflection of her own journey. Days turned into weeks, and Sam continued to flourish, weaving her story into the fabric of the city around her. She joined local LGBTQ+ groups, participated in community events, and even volunteered at a shelter, eager to give back and help others on their journeys. Each interaction deepened her understanding of herself and her place in the world. With every laugh, every story shared, she built a network of support that became a safety net, a reminder that she was never alone in her experiences. Then, one sunny afternoon, as she walked through a park, she spotted a familiar face. It was Mechs, and he was filming a segment for a digital series promoting LGBTQ+ visibility. He waved her over, excitement shining in his eyes. "Sam! Come on! We're doing a piece on everyday heroes, and you need to be in it." Flushed with surprise and excitement, Sam agreed, and they quickly set up. As the camera rolled, Mechs asked her about her journey, and she spoke passionately about her experiences, her struggles, and the beauty of living authentically. The words flowed easily, and as she spoke, she felt empowered. "I believe everyone has the right to express themselves without fear," she said, her voice steady. "We're all beautiful in our unique ways, and we deserve to be seen." When the segment aired, the response was overwhelming. Sam received messages from people across the community, thanking her for sharing her truth. Some were inspired to embrace their identities, while others found comfort in knowing they weren't alone. The recognition felt surreal, but more importantly, it fueled her determination to continue advocating for acceptance and understanding. With every message of support, she realized how powerful her story could be, not just for herself but for others and navigating their own journeys. One evening, after a long day of meetings and events, Sam returned home, her heart swelling with gratitude. She settled onto her couch, reflecting on how far she had come. The past months had been a whirlwind of self-discovery, laughter, and love. In that quiet moment, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. The challenges had not disappeared, but she had learned to face them head-on, armed with the knowledge that she was supported and valued. The avatar she had once created in a virtual world had become a symbol of her courage, a reminder that she could embody her truth both online and offline. As she closed her eyes, she envisioned the future, more connections, more advocacy, and a life rich with authenticity. She was ready to embrace whatever came next, armed with the courage she had discovered in both the virtual and real worlds. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit ready to soar, Sam knew that her journey was just beginning. In the heart of a bustling city, tucked away in the corner of a cafe that seemed perpetually on the verge of a heartwarming sitcom, sat Liam. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the faint sound of laughter, the clinking of cups, and the comforting chatter of patrons. Yet here was Liam, hunched over his laptop, looking like a man who had just lost a particularly intense game of chess, only he was the one who didn't know the rules. At 32, he had the appearance of someone who once took pride in his appearance but had since succumbed to the gravitational pull of grief. His shirt, a once vibrant blue, was now a worn-out relic, the hem fraying as if it too had given up the fight. The remnants of a hastily eaten breakfast clung to him like ghosts of meals past. He glanced around the cafe, noticing couples sharing intimate smiles and friends engaged in animated discussions, all while his own heart felt like a balloon slowly deflating in the corner of the room. He pulled his gaze back to the screen, where a half-finished graphic design project sat neglected. Liam had always been a creative soul, his work was vibrant, colorful, bursting with life, but now it mirrored his spirit, a palette of grays and blues. Just as he was about to drown in a puddle of self-pity, he felt the tug of a memory, and Clara appeared in his mind. His sister's laughter rang out like a well-tuned chime. "Liam, if you keep staring at that screen, you'll grow roots," she would tease, her eyes sparkling with mischief. A smile cracked his somber facade. He could almost hear her voice again. It was one of those delightful moments when the past and present collided in an unexpected burst of warmth. That's when it hit him, her birthday was just around the corner. A sinking feeling washed over him, mixing nostalgia with guilt. He missed her so much it was a physical ache, like a phantom limb. In an attempt to shake off the heaviness, he opened his phone, ready to scroll aimlessly through social media. But instead, an ad caught his eye: reconnect with loved ones through virtual avatar technology. Meet your departed in an immersive experience. He snorted. Great, just what I need, a virtual version of my sister to judge my life choices. But a curious thought tugged at him. What if he could see her again, even in pixelated form? What if he could finally tell her everything he had been too scared to say? After an intense internal debate filled with a mix of humor and hesitation, he found himself downloading the app. If this goes horribly wrong, at least I can say I'm just another crazy person in a coffee shop, he muttered, half smirking at his own reflection in the laptop screen. As the app loaded, a playful montage of bright graphics and whimsical music filled the air. It felt like a bad sci-fi movie, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Welcome to the future of grief," he whispered to himself, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The app prompted him to create an avatar. After a few attempts that made him look like a discount version of Clara, he finally settled on one that captured her spirit, vibrant and full of life. He clicked save, and with an absurd mixture of excitement and trepidation, pressed connect. In a flash of neon light and a burst of pixelated confetti, Clara's avatar materialized before him, glitchy but undeniably her. She looked just as he remembered, her hair a wild explosion of curls, her expressive eyes sparkling with mischief. For a moment, he sat frozen, half expecting the avatar to pop and disappear like a bad dream. "Liam," she exclaimed, her voice a perfect match for the one he had carried in his heart. "Is this what you've been reduced to? Virtual coffee dates with yourself?" Liam burst out laughing, the sound echoing around the cafe. "You have no idea," he replied, wiping away an unexpected tear. "I can't even keep a plant alive." "Is that what you've been up to? Killing innocent plants instead of people?" Clara smirked, her avatar's hands on her hips. "I always knew you'd find a way to disappoint me." The banter flowed easily, as if they had never been apart. They explored the virtual cafe together, moving through kaleidoscopic representations of their favorite childhood spots. Clara teased him mercilessly, pointing out his love life, or lack thereof, as if it were the punchline to a well-told joke. "Seriously, Liam, you're still hung up on that girl who thought your favorite book was Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire?" Clara laughed, rolling her eyes. "It's time to move on." As they continued their conversations, the initial awkwardness melted away, replaced by an authentic connection. Clara's avatar challenged him to confront his memories, urging him to embrace the pain rather than run from it. She made him laugh through the tears, using humor to soften the edges of grief that had been too sharp for too long. Over the next few weeks, their virtual meetings became the highlight of Liam's existence. With each encounter, he shared more of his life, the mundane, the awkward, and even the triumphs. Clara would nod knowingly, her eyes twinkling with mischief, while also steering him gently into conversations about the things he had buried deep inside. One afternoon, as they floated through a digitally rendered version of their old backyard, Clara turned serious. "Liam, you've got to let me go," she said softly, her voice cutting through the digital noise. "You're stuck in this loop, and I can't help you if you keep holding on to what was." "Easy for you to say," he replied, his heart racing. "You're not the one who has to say goodbye again." "But I'm not gone, not really. I'm in here," she pointed to his heart. "You've just got to learn to carry me with you in a different way." For the first time, Liam felt the weight of her words. In a moment of vulnerability, he let go of a cherished object, a locket Clara had given him, filled with memories and guilt. He had held on to it tightly, convinced it was his last link to her. But now, standing in this virtual space, he realized it was time to release it. In an overly dramatic gesture, he tossed the locket into the digital wind. "Goodbye, my guilt-ridden anchor," he announced, and Clara erupted in laughter. "Now that's the spirit," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing in the virtual air like music. "Who knew you had it in you? Next, you'll be dancing with joy." Liam couldn't help but grin. "You should see my dance moves. They're almost as good as my life choices." And then, in a moment that felt simultaneously heart-wrenching and liberating, Clara's avatar began to fade. "It's time for you to truly live, Liam. Remember the laughter, the joy, but also embrace the future." He felt a rush of emotions, sadness, joy, but above all, acceptance. "I'll miss you, Clara," he said, voice trembling. "Don't you dare say goodbye. Just carry me with you, and I'll always be there." Dancing in the background, she winked before dissolving into a burst of colorful butterflies, her laughter lingering in the air. Liam sat alone in his room, staring at the empty space where Clara's avatar had been. The moment felt surreal, like waking from a dream. Yet, he felt lighter. It was as if a weight had been lifted, and he could finally breathe again. In the days that followed, Liam found himself compelled to act. He cleaned his apartment, tossing out old relics of his past that no longer served him. There was a comedic moment when he accidentally knocked over a potted plant, watching it tumble to the floor in slow motion, its dirt scattering like confetti. "See, Clara? I'm still a mess," he laughed, shaking his head. But even in his clumsiness, there was a newfound clarity. He started to reconnect with friends, sharing stories about Clara instead of hiding in the shadows of grief. He even tried dating again, though with a unique twist. Every time a new date asked about his family, he would share a ridiculous story about Clara. "She once tried to convince me that eating cake for breakfast was a legitimate life choice. Spoiler alert, it is." With each story, he felt her presence, not as a ghost haunting his heart but as a cherished memory guiding him forward. Finally, on the day of Clara's birthday, he returned to the cafe where it all began. This time, he wore a clean shirt, one that was blue but more vibrant than before. He ordered a slice of cake, honoring Clara's love for the sweet stuff, and raised his fork in a toast to the empty chair across from him. "Here's to you, Clara. Thank you for reminding me how to live again," he said, his heart swelling with warmth. As he took the first bite, laughter echoed in his mind, and for the first time in a long time, he felt whole again. Feeling the warmth of Clara's spirit, Liam took in the scene around him. The cafe was alive with chatter, but instead of feeling like an outsider, he felt connected to the world in a way he hadn't for years. The familiar sound of laughter blended with the aroma of coffee and pastries, wrapping him in a cozy embrace. As he finished his cake, he spotted a couple at the next table, their animated conversation punctuated by bursts of laughter. It reminded him of the many times he and Clara had indulged in silly debates about movies and music, each trying to outdo the other in their ridiculous reasoning. A smile crept onto his face as he imagined Clara's witty retorts. With his heart lighter, Liam decided to step out of his comfort zone. He approached the couple, introducing himself with a self-deprecating charm. "I couldn't help but overhear your discussion about which superhero could beat up another. I must say, it's a classic debate." The couple looked up, surprised but amused. "Oh really? What's your take?" the woman asked, her curiosity piqued. Liam grinned, launching into an elaborate explanation that wove in his personal experiences, peppered with jokes and animated gestures. To his delight, they laughed, engaging him as if they had known him forever. After their conversation wrapped up, they exchanged numbers, promising to meet again. It felt like a small victory, a step toward embracing life rather than retreating into his grief. Liam left the cafe that day with a bounce in his step, feeling Clara's presence as a gentle nudge, guiding him forward. In the following weeks, Liam found himself diving deeper into life. He explored new hobbies, joined a local art class, and even attempted yoga, though he quickly realized that his flexibility was more of a myth than reality. Each new experience was a tribute to Clara, who had always encouraged him to step outside his comfort zone. During one of their virtual meetings, Clara's words echoed in his mind, "You've got to live, Liam." And he was living. One Saturday afternoon, he received a message from the couple he'd met at the cafe. They invited him to a small gathering at their place, a casual get-together with friends. Liam felt a flutter of nerves but pushed them aside. "What's the worst that could happen?" he mused, grinning at his own irony. As he arrived at their apartment, he was greeted with the sounds of laughter and music. The warmth enveloped him, and for a moment, he hesitated at the door. But then he remembered Clara's spirit, urging him on. "Just think of it as a virtual meeting with a lot more snacks," he joked to himself before stepping inside. The gathering was lively, filled with a mix of new faces and familiar laughter. Liam soon found himself engaged in conversations, sharing stories and jokes, his natural charisma shining through. He recounted his hilarious attempts at yoga, complete with exaggerated poses that had everyone in stitches. "Seriously, I think I might have invented a new yoga style, falling over gracefully," he declared, and the group roared with laughter. Amidst the joviality, he spotted a girl standing off to the side, her smile bright and inviting. He caught her eye, and she smiled wider, gesturing him over. "Are you the one with the yoga moves?" she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Guilty as charged," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. "I'm still recovering from my last attempt." They fell into an easy conversation, sharing laughs and stories, the chemistry palpable. Her name was Maya, and as they talked, Liam felt a spark, a connection he hadn't anticipated. Hours slipped by, filled with laughter and warmth, until the party began to wind down. As guests filtered out, Liam felt a sense of contentment wash over him. It was different from the heaviness he'd carried before. This felt lighter, brighter. As they stepped outside, the cool evening air wrapped around them. "I really enjoyed talking to you," Maya said, her voice genuine. "You're hilarious." "Thanks. I try to keep the laughter alive, especially since my sister would have loved this," he admitted, his heart flickering at the mention of Clara. "What was she like?" Maya asked, curiosity in her eyes. Liam smiled, thinking of all the wonderful memories he had. "She was the most vibrant person, always pushing me to be better, to embrace life." He hesitated, then added, "She passed away a couple of years ago, and I've been navigating life without her. But now, I feel like I'm finally starting to move forward." Maya nodded, her expression softening. "That's really brave of you. I think it's beautiful how you carry her with you." They exchanged numbers as the evening wound down, the promise of another meeting hanging in the air like a sweet melody. Liam walked home that night with a smile plastered on his face, Clara's laughter echoing in his mind. Days turned into weeks, and Liam's life transformed. He continued to meet with Maya, their bond growing deeper with each shared experience. Together, they explored art galleries, went hiking, and even tried cooking classes, though that was a comedy of errors best left unmentioned. One evening, as they sat on a rooftop overlooking the city, sipping wine and sharing dreams, Liam felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "I don't know how I got here," he said, gazing at the stars twinkling above, "but I owe it all to Clara." Maya turned to him, her expression sincere. "It's amazing how the ones we love can still guide us, even after they're gone." He nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle comfortably in his heart. It was true. Clara had nudged him toward this new life, encouraging him to embrace joy and connection. He felt her spirit enveloping him, not as a weight but as a gentle breeze pushing him forward. The next day, he returned to the cafe where he and Clara had shared countless moments. Sitting at their favorite table, he took a deep breath, feeling the vibrant energy of the place. He pulled out his sketchbook, something he hadn't touched in years, and began to draw. With each stroke, he poured his heart onto the page, creating a vibrant mural of memories, of laughter, of loss, and of love. It was a celebration of life, a tribute to Clara, and an embrace of his own journey. As he sketched, a sense of peace washed over him. He was not just remembering Clara, he was living fully in her spirit. In that moment, he knew he would carry her with him always, not as a ghost but as a guiding light, a joyful reminder that love transcends even the most profound loss. Liam looked up from his drawing, a smile breaking across his face. The cafe buzzed with life, and he felt an overwhelming gratitude for every moment he had, both the painful and the joyous. In the end, it was all part of the beautiful tapestry of being human. "Here's to you, Clara," he whispered, raising his imaginary glass to the heavens. "Thanks for teaching me how to dance again." And in that moment, the laughter and love of the cafe wrapped around him like a warm hug, reminding him that connections, both lost and found, are what make life truly beautiful. Liam continued to sketch, the pencil gliding across the page as if it had a mind of its own. Each line was a thread weaving together memories of Clara, her laughter, her boundless energy, and her ability to make even the most mundane moments feel extraordinary. He captured a scene of them at the beach, Clara splashing in the waves while he sat on the shore, laughing as she attempted to drench him with seawater. Another image emerged of them at a carnival, her face painted with vibrant colors, a cotton candy cloud hovering above her head. As the sun began to set, casting golden hues through the cafe window, he looked around, absorbing the familiar environment. He felt a spark of inspiration and reached for his phone, snapping a quick picture of the cafe's lively atmosphere, the barista behind the counter, the couple still engrossed in their conversation, and a child laughing as he chased after a stray balloon. "This," he thought, "is what life is about. Capturing moments, cherishing connections, and embracing the chaos." Later that evening, he met up with Maya for dinner at a cozy Italian restaurant. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, filled with the scent of garlic and herbs. They settled into a booth, the flickering candlelight casting soft shadows on their faces. "You look pensive," Maya said, leaning forward with a curious smile. "What's on your mind?" Liam shrugged, a grin breaking through. "Just thinking about how lucky I am. It's been a wild ride since I started using that app. I've really been able to reflect on my life, you know." "Is that so?" Maya tilted her head, intrigued. "What do you mean?" He took a sip of his wine, feeling the warmth spread through him. "I've been exploring these memories and realizing how much I've let fear hold me back. Clara always pushed me to take risks, to live boldly. I think I'm finally starting to understand what she meant." Maya smiled, her eyes twinkling. "It sounds like you're on quite a journey. What's next for you?" "I want to keep embracing life," he replied, his voice steady. "I've even been thinking about taking that pottery class I always talked about but never had the guts to try." "Pottery, huh? Sounds like a great way to make a mess," she laughed. "Count me in." Their laughter filled the space, weaving them closer together. As they enjoyed their meal, they shared stories about their childhoods, their families, and their hopes for the future. With each tale, Liam felt the walls around his heart crumbling further. He was letting someone in, and it felt exhilarating. After dinner, they strolled through the city, the evening air alive with the sounds of laughter and music. The street sparkled with lights, and Liam found himself enchanted by the energy surrounding them. He shared a silly anecdote about a disastrous attempt at baking a birthday cake for Clara that had ended in smoke and laughter. "Wow, you really put the fun in dysfunctional," Maya teased, her laughter ringing like a sweet melody. As they approached a park, they stopped to watch a street performer juggling flaming torches. The crowd was entranced, and Liam felt a familiar rush of joy. Clara had always loved spontaneous adventures, and in that moment, he was reminded of how she would have dragged him to the front row, urging him to join in the fun. "Let's do something crazy," he exclaimed, a playful spark igniting within him. "What do you have in mind?" Maya asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Before he could second-guess himself, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the performer. "Let's join the show." They both laughed as they approached the crowd, a sense of thrill bubbling between them. The performer, sensing their eagerness, invited them to try juggling. Maya took the challenge with a boldness that made Liam's heart race. "Okay, I'm not coordinated at all, but here goes," she exclaimed, her laughter contagious. As she fumbled with the torches, trying to juggle with all the grace of a newborn deer, Liam couldn't help but double over in laughter. "You've got this," he cheered, his encouragement only fueling her determination. When it was his turn, he stumbled through the routine, the torches slipping from his grasp and nearly singeing his eyebrows in the process. The crowd roared with laughter, and Liam felt alive, more than he had in years. Once the performance wrapped up, they left the park, breathless and exhilarated. "I can't believe we just did that," Maya exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with joy. "I know, right? I feel like we just broke all the rules," Liam said, grinning from ear to ear. They walked hand in hand through the moonlit streets, the city feeling like a playground full of endless possibilities. In that moment, he realized that each laugh, each memory shared with Clara, had been preparing him for this ability to embrace the chaos and beauty of life. As weeks turned into months, Liam and Maya's connection deepened. They explored the city together, shared lazy Sundays filled with movies and breakfast in bed, and found themselves getting lost in conversations that lasted until dawn. He introduced her to his favorite spots, places he had once visited only in the shadow of his grief. Now they were filled with laughter and love, and Clara's spirit felt present, cheering him on from beyond. One evening, after a particularly invigorating pottery class where they'd made a lopsided vase that they insisted was abstract art, they returned to Maya's apartment. "Let's celebrate our masterpiece," Liam suggested, opening a bottle of wine. Maya laughed, pouring them both a generous glass. "To our questionable artistic abilities." As they toasted, something shifted in the air, a current of unspoken words swirling around them. Liam's heart raced as he considered taking the leap. "Maya," he began, his voice steady but his heart thumping in his chest, "I've never felt this way about anyone before. I feel like I'm finally living, and it's because of you. I think I'm falling for you." Maya's gaze softened, a smile breaking across her face. "I've been feeling the same way, Liam. You've brought so much joy into my life, and it's a little scary, but it feels right." His heart swelled at her words, and they moved closer, the space between them electrifying. "Then let's embrace it, all of it," Liam whispered, his breath catching as he leaned in. Maya met him halfway, their lips brushing gently at first, but the kiss quickly deepened, wrapping them both in a warmth that felt familiar yet new. It was as if Clara's spirit had woven its way into their connection, blessing them with love and laughter. When they pulled away, both breathless, they exchanged smiles that spoke volumes. "I think we make a pretty good team," Maya said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Best team," Liam replied, his heart full. As they continued to share their lives, Liam discovered new ways to honor Clara. He began volunteering at a local community center, using his artistic skills to help kids express themselves through art. Every Saturday, he would arrive with paints and canvases, feeling Clara's encouragement guiding him. The laughter of the children brought him immense joy, and he felt Clara's presence in their giggles and creativity. One day, while setting up for a new class, he found himself lost in thought, contemplating how far he'd come. He was no longer the man frozen in grief, he was someone who had embraced love, laughter, and connection. That evening, as he prepared to leave the center, he noticed a group of kids painting a mural on the wall. The vibrant colors swirled together, creating a chaotic yet beautiful masterpiece. It reminded him of Clara's spirit, wild, colorful, and unapologetically full of life. "Looks amazing, everyone," he cheered, pride swelling in his chest. "Thanks, Mr. Liam," a young girl called out, her face smeared with paint. "We're making it for your sister, right?" Liam paused, taken aback. "For Clara?" The kids nodded enthusiastically, their faces glowing with excitement. "We want to honor her, like you always do." Tears stung his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away, a smile spreading across his face. "She would have loved that," he said softly. "Let's finish it together." As they painted side by side, the mural began to take shape, flowers blooming, stars shining, and laughter echoing in the air. Liam felt a warmth in his heart, a sense of connection to Clara that was both comforting and freeing. When they finally stepped back to admire their work, the mural was a riot of colors, an explosion of creativity that reflected the joy Clara had always embodied. That night, as he lay in bed next to Maya, he thought about the journey he had taken. He had wandered through darkness, but he had emerged into the light, carrying Clara's spirit with him. It felt as if she was right there, laughing alongside them, encouraging him to continue embracing life. "Liam?" Maya's voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned to see her looking at him, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Yeah? Do you ever think about what Clara would want for you? I mean, how she would feel about all of this?" He paused, contemplating her question. "I think she'd be thrilled. She wanted me to live fully, to love deeply. I feel her presence in everything I do, especially with you." Maya smiled, her gaze warm. "I'm so glad we found each other." "Me too," he whispered, wrapping an arm around her. As they drifted off to sleep, Liam knew that while the journey of grief was complex, it had transformed into something beautiful, a tapestry woven with love, laughter, and the connections that make life worth living. And so, he continued to live boldly, honoring Clara by embracing every moment, carrying her memory as a joyful reminder of the life they had shared and the future that awaited him. In the days that followed, he kept his promise to both himself and Clara. He embraced new experiences, always pushing a little further out of his comfort zone. Whether it was trying new foods with Maya, going on spontaneous weekend trips, or simply sharing silly moments that made them laugh until their sides hurt, he found joy in the simplest things. Liam began to write as well, journaling his experiences, capturing not just memories of Clara but also his journey of healing and love. He wrote about the kids at the community center, their joy in creating art, and how it felt to reconnect with the world around him. Writing became a form of therapy, a way to process everything he had been through and a method of honoring Clara's memory. One evening, he found himself at his favorite cafe, pen in hand, crafting a letter to Clara as if she were sitting across from him. He poured his heart into the pages, detailing his new adventures, the laughter he shared with Maya, and how he felt her presence guiding him through each day. "I hope you can see it all," he wrote. "I'm trying to make you proud. I miss you every day, but I'm learning to carry you with me in a way that brings me joy instead of sadness." After finishing the letter, he folded it carefully and placed it in an envelope. He knew he would return to the spot where they had spent so many happy moments, a place that felt imbued with her spirit. The following weekend, he ventured to the beach where they had spent countless summers, the sun shining bright above. He found a secluded spot, where the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and sat down on the sand. With a deep breath, he opened the envelope and read the letter aloud, letting the sound of the ocean wash over him. As he finished, he released the envelope into the breeze, watching as it danced through the air before being carried away by the wind. "Goodbye for now, Clara," he whispered, feeling a sense of peace envelop him. That moment marked a new chapter in his life, a commitment to continue honoring Clara's spirit through love, laughter, and living fully. As the weeks passed, Liam and Maya's relationship deepened. They supported each other through life's ups and downs, sharing dreams of the future, discussing their fears, and laughing over the little things that made life beautiful. One evening, as they walked hand in hand along the waterfront, a fireworks display lit up the night sky. They stopped to watch, the colors bursting in brilliant patterns against the backdrop of the darkened sky. "Wow," Maya breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "This is incredible." Liam turned to her, feeling the warmth of her hand in his. "It really is. Just like us," he said, grinning. Maya laughed, a sound that made his heart soar. "Yeah, a beautiful explosion of chaos." They shared a lingering kiss under the glow of the fireworks, a moment that felt magical and full of promise. With each passing day, Liam knew that he was not just moving on but moving forward, embracing life with a heart that was open and full of hope. Clara's laughter echoed in his mind, guiding him toward new experiences, new connections, and a love that felt boundless. In the months that followed, they traveled together, exploring quaint towns and vibrant cities, each destination becoming a canvas for their shared adventures. They laughed, danced, and made memories that were theirs alone, weaving their own story amid the backdrop of a world that felt alive. One day, while on a hiking trip, they reached the summit of a breathtaking mountain. The view was stunning, endless valleys and peaks stretching toward the horizon. "Can you believe we made it?" Maya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with triumph. "It's incredible," Liam said, taking in the beauty surrounding them. As they stood there, he felt a rush of gratitude. "I wish Clara could see this with us," he said, his voice soft. "She's here, Liam," Maya replied, squeezing his hand. "In every step we take, in every laugh we share." He nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. "You're right. She's part of our journey." And as they descended the mountain, laughing and reminiscing, Liam realized that life was a beautiful tapestry woven with connections, memories, and love. Clara's spirit continued to be a guiding light, reminding him to embrace every moment fully. Their relationship blossomed, filled with shared dreams and plans for the future. They spoke openly about what they wanted, from traveling the world to building a home filled with laughter and love. One evening, as they were curled up on the couch, Maya turned to him with a serious look in her eyes. "Liam, can I ask you something?" "Of course. What's on your mind? Do you ever think about taking the next step? You know, in our relationship?" His heart raced at her question. "I do," he admitted, his voice steady. "I want to build a future with you. You mean so much to me." Maya smiled, relief flooding her expression. "I want that too. I feel like we're on this incredible journey together." "Then let's keep going," he said, a smile spreading across his face. That night, as they talked about their hopes and dreams, he knew that Clara's spirit was cheering them on. She had always believed in love, in living fully, and now he was honoring that legacy with every decision he made. As they continued their journey together, each day became a new adventure. They celebrated milestones, big and small, finding joy in the simple act of being together. On the one-year anniversary of Clara's passing, Liam planned a special day to honor her memory. He invited friends and family to gather at the community center, where they had created art together in her honor. The event was filled with laughter, tears, and stories that painted a picture of Clara's vibrant spirit. Liam shared his own journey, speaking about how Clara had inspired him to embrace life and love. "Clara taught me that grief doesn't have to be an ending," he said, looking around at the familiar faces. "It can be a beginning. A chance to honor those we've lost by living our lives to the fullest." Maya stood beside him, her presence a comforting strength. As he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause, and he felt Clara's spirit enveloping him, her laughter echoing in the air. The night wore on. Liam took Maya's hand, their fingers entwined as they shared stories and memories with friends. He felt a sense of completeness wash over him, knowing that Clara would have been proud of the love that had blossomed from their shared grief. In the days that followed, life continued to unfold beautifully. Liam and Maya made plans to travel to new destinations, exploring places that filled them with wonder. On one of their trips to a small coastal town, they stumbled upon a quaint gallery showcasing local artists. As they wandered through the space, admiring the vibrant artwork, Liam felt a tug at his heart. "Would you ever consider showcasing your work?" Maya asked, gesturing to the walls filled with colorful paintings. Liam paused, a mix of excitement and anxiety swirling within him. "I've thought about it, but I've always been too scared." "Why not take the leap?" Maya encouraged, her eyes shining with belief. "You've come so far. Your art deserves to be seen." Inspired by her words, he began to envision a future where his work could be shared with others. It felt like a dream he had buried beneath the weight of grief, and now it was bubbling to the surface, begging to be realized. Returning home, Liam began to work on a collection of pieces that reflected his journey. Each brushstroke became a celebration of love, loss, and the vibrant life he was building with Maya. Weeks turned into months as he poured his heart into the artwork, and when he finally felt ready, he approached the gallery owner about showcasing his collection. The night of the opening reception was filled with excitement. Friends, family, and community members gathered to celebrate his work. Maya stood by his side, beaming with pride, her unwavering support a source of strength. As people moved through the gallery, admiring his pieces, Liam felt a rush of emotions. This was it, he was sharing his story with the world, and Clara's spirit was with him every step of the way. When someone approached him with tears in their eyes, saying how his art had resonated with their own experiences, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. "Thank you for sharing your heart," they said. Liam smiled, realizing that this was the legacy he wanted to create, not just for Clara, but for himself. He was building connections through art, laughter, and love, and it felt like the most beautiful tribute he could offer. As the night came to a close, he and Maya stood outside, the stars twinkling above. "I can't believe you did it," she said, her voice full of wonder. "I couldn't have done it without you," he replied, pulling her close. "You pushed me to embrace this journey." They stood there in silence for a moment, basking in the beauty of the night, before Liam turned to her, his heart full. "You know, I want to keep moving forward. Together." Maya smiled, her eyes shining. "Together." And in that moment, beneath the stars, they sealed their commitment to one another, a promise to embrace life fully, to honor Clara's memory by living boldly, and to continue creating beautiful connections that would last a lifetime. Liam felt a sense of peace wash over him, knowing that he had transformed his grief into something vibrant and alive. Clara's laughter echoed in his heart, guiding him toward a future filled with love, art, and endless possibilities. In the months that followed, they continued to build their lives together, supporting one another through challenges and celebrating victories. They took spontaneous trips, tried new activities, and deepened their connection with each passing day. Liam often found himself reflecting on the journey he had taken, from the depths of sorrow to the heights of joy. It was a transformation he had never anticipated, but one that felt utterly right. Clara had always believed in the power of love and connection, and now he was living that truth every day. One afternoon, as they walked through a local farmer's market, Maya stopped to admire a stall filled with handmade pottery. "Look at these," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Liam joined her, admiring the colorful creations. "They're beautiful," he said, picking up a small vase that caught his eye. "Hey, remember our first pottery class?" Maya laughed, her cheeks flushing. "That disaster of a vase we made? How could I forget?" Liam chuckled. "We should get this as a reminder of our artistic prowess." "Definitely," she agreed, her laughter contagious. As they purchased the vase, Liam felt a surge of love for Maya. She had become his anchor, the person who brought out the best in him and encouraged him to embrace life wholeheartedly. Later that evening, they settled into their cozy apartment, the vase proudly displayed on the kitchen table. "Maya," Liam began, his voice softening, "there's something I've been thinking about." "Okay, what is it?" He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "I want to build a future with you. I can't imagine my life without you. You've shown me how to love again, how to embrace joy after loss." Maya looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "Liam, I feel the same way. You've changed my life." "Then let's take that leap together," he said, his heart racing. "I want us to make this official. I want to be your partner in everything." Maya smiled, her face lighting up with happiness. "Yes. I want that too. You have no idea how much this means to me." They embraced, holding each other tightly as the warmth of their love enveloped them. In that moment, Liam knew he had found his place in the world, a place filled with love, laughter, and the beautiful memories of those they had lost. As they continued their journey together, they took the time to reflect on their pasts, finding joy in the shared experiences that had shaped them. Liam often returned to his art, using it as a medium to express the complex emotions that came with love and loss. He started a new series focused on transformation, pieces that symbolized growth, healing, and the beauty of connection. Each canvas told a story, weaving together themes of love, loss, and the laughter that had carried him through the darkest times. During a gallery showing, one of the pieces caught Maya's eye, a vibrant painting of a blossoming tree with roots intertwining beneath the surface. "Wow, this is stunning," she said, her voice filled with awe. "What inspired you?" "It represents growth," he explained, his heart swelling. "How we can nurture our roots, even after loss, and allow ourselves to bloom again." Maya nodded, her eyes glistening with understanding. "I love that. It's a beautiful reminder of how far we've come together." With each passing day, Liam felt Clara's presence alongside him, encouraging him to embrace love and life. He had transformed his grief into a celebration of life, honoring the memory of those he had lost while fully investing in the relationships that brought him joy. As their love deepened, Liam found himself looking toward the future with hope. He envisioned a life filled with laughter, adventure, and the promise of new beginnings. One sunny afternoon, they decided to take a trip to the beach, where Clara had always found peace. Sitting on the shore, watching the waves roll in, Liam felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. "Maya," he began, turning to her, "I want to make a promise to you." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kind of promise?" "To embrace life every single day. To love fiercely, laugh often, and never take a moment for granted." "I promise to do the same," she replied, her voice filled with warmth. They sat in silence for a moment, letting the sound of the waves fill the space between them. In that moment, Liam knew that he had found something truly special, a connection that would carry him through life, a bond that was built on love, laughter, and the shared experiences that made every day an adventure. As they walked along the shoreline, hand in hand, Liam took a deep breath, feeling the salt air fill his lungs. He was living fully, honoring Clara by creating new memories with Maya, and embracing every twist and turn that life had to offer. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink, and Liam felt a surge of gratitude wash over him. Life was a beautiful journey, and he was finally ready to embrace it all, every moment, every connection, every ounce of joy. And so, he continued to create, to laugh, and to love, knowing that the spirit of Clara lived on in every brushstroke, every memory, and every heartbeat. Liam's journey was far from over, but he had learned to navigate life's challenges with grace, and he was ready to face whatever came next, hand in hand with Maya, and forever carrying Clara's spirit in his heart. With love as his guiding light, Liam knew that the connections he formed would always bring him home, no matter where life led him. As the stars twinkled above them, he whispered into the night, "Here's to you, Clara. Thank you for teaching me how to dance again." And in that moment, he felt her presence wrapping around him, a gentle reminder that love transcends even the most profound loss, connecting us all in a beautiful tapestry of life. The story ends here. Alex was having a rough morning. He was already late for the tech conference, his laptop had crashed, and he couldn't find his other sock. It was a classic Monday, and as he rushed through the door, he hoped against hope that nothing else would go wrong. But life had other plans. "Hey! Watch it," a woman shouted as he barreled past her in the lobby, narrowly avoiding a collision with her stack of pamphlets. He waved an apologetic hand, barely registering the vibrant colors of the flyers for the latest in virtual reality technology. What was he even doing here? This was supposed to be his moment. The conference hall buzzed with excitement, filled with bright-eyed tech enthusiasts and seasoned professionals. Alex's stomach twisted. He was about to unveil Dream Avatar, his dream-harnessing device that promised to change the way people experienced their subconscious. But right now, he was just a frazzled mess. "Next up is Alex Thompson," a voice boomed over the speakers, jolting him from his thoughts. He gulped, forcing himself to walk toward the stage, a mix of confidence and sheer panic surging through him. He reached the podium, adjusting his glasses as he looked out at the crowd. "Hi, everyone. I'm Alex, and today, I'm thrilled to introduce you to Dream Avatar, the ultimate tool for exploring the infinite possibilities of your dreams." He pressed a button, and a sleek screen behind him lit up with a dazzling display of dreamscapes, flying over mountains, swimming with dolphins, and battling imaginary monsters. The audience gasped and clapped, and Alex's confidence soared. But then, in the midst of his presentation, something bizarre happened. The demo screen flickered and froze, and the next thing he knew, he was yanked into his own dream. Suddenly, he was standing in a whimsical forest, with oversized mushrooms and trees that danced. "Why are you running?" a booming voice asked. Alex turned to see a giant, fluffy cat wearing a top hat chasing him, its claws glinting menacingly in the dappled sunlight. He bolted, his heart racing as the cat meowed dramatically. "You're not going to escape this time." He turned to the audience, who were now laughing uproariously. "This is part of the demo," he yelled, trying to salvage the moment. "See how immersive it is?" But deep down, he knew he had just stumbled into a very public nightmare. As the laughter roared around him, he blinked and suddenly found himself back on stage, drenched in sweat. And that, he stammered, is why we need to control our dreams. The audience erupted in applause, their faces a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Once the presentation ended, Alex rushed backstage, the adrenaline still pumping through his veins. Jenna, his best friend and the voice of reason, was waiting for him, arms crossed and eyebrow raised. Nice show, Alex. Next time, maybe leave the giant cats out of it? Hey, it was a creative choice, he replied, laughing it off. Besides, everyone loved it. Jenna shook her head. Loved? Or laughed? There's a difference, you know. Point taken, he admitted, grinning. But the potential here is incredible. Just imagine, people could experience their wildest dreams. This is just the beginning. As the conference wound down, Alex reveled in the buzz surrounding Dream Avatar. He had dreamt of this day, and now it was happening. However, he couldn't shake the unease growing in his gut. Something about the power of his invention felt overwhelming, like holding lightning in a bottle. Days passed, and Dream Avatar launched. The response was phenomenal. People flocked to the device, eager to escape reality and explore their subconscious. Mark, a tech-savvy friend, became an early adopter, practically living in his dream world. Dude, you've got to try this, he exclaimed one evening over video chat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I was a dragon last night. Breathing fire and everything. Sounds amazing, Alex replied, trying to suppress his own unease. But what about reality? Don't you think it's, a bit too addictive? Addictive? Mark waved him off. Nah, it's liberation. Why deal with boring life when you can be a hero in your dreams? As the weeks rolled on, Alex watched with growing concern as users became increasingly consumed by Dream Avatar. Jenna, worried about Mark, began urging Alex to consider the consequences. People are losing themselves, Alex. They're forgetting to wake up, she insisted one evening, pacing in his cluttered apartment, filled with coding manuals and half-drunk coffee cups. They're just having fun. It's harmless, Alex argued, but even he could see the toll it was taking. Friends were missing deadlines, relationships were fraying, and the world outside his window seemed to grow darker and more chaotic each day. The tipping point came unexpectedly. One afternoon, Mark hadn't logged off after a marathon dreaming session, and Alex noticed something was wrong. His calls went unanswered, and panic set in. He rushed to Mark's apartment, only to find him sprawled on the couch, a vacant expression on his face. Mark! Alex shouted, shaking him. But his friend didn't respond. Frantically, Alex fumbled with the Dream Avatar headset, realizing it was still operational. Mark was stuck in a dream, and Alex had to get him back. As he activated the device, he was pulled into the dream world again. This time, it was a vivid landscape of swirling colors and strange creatures. Mark, he yelled, running through the kaleidoscopic environment, desperately searching for his friend. Over here, a voice called, and Alex turned to see a familiar figure floating in midair, looking completely at peace. Mark, you have to wake up! Alex shouted, reaching out to him, but Mark simply smiled dreamily. Why would I? This is the best. I can be anything, do anything. Look at me. The contrast was jarring. Mark was soaring through the sky, and Alex felt his heart sink. But at what cost? He shouted back, fighting against the euphoric haze that clouded his mind. In that moment, Alex realized he had to confront the embodiment of the addiction itself. Alex steadied himself, fighting the pull of the dream's intoxicating allure. Mark, Listen to me. This isn't real. We have to go back. He struggled against the dreamscape's enchantment, the vivid colors swirling around him like a carnival gone mad. Mark floated lazily, his features relaxed in a blissful haze. Why would I want to leave? I can fly, Alex. I'm free. The words hung in the air, echoing with the seductive promise of endless possibilities, but you're not free. Alex shouted, frustration boiling over. You're trapped. Look around you, this place is a facade. It's a beautiful prison. As Mark's dreamy smile faltered, Alex took a step forward, the ground shifting beneath him. He focused on the image of his friend, the one who had laughed and joked with him, the one who had always dragged him out of his comfort zone. You've got a life, Mark. Friends, family, don't you remember them? This isn't real joy. The sky above darkened, and with it, the once enchanting dream landscape twisted into a chaotic swirl of nightmares. Shadows began to loom, transforming the playful colors into a menacing gray. Alex felt the shift, an echo of his own fear morphing into a tangible threat. No. Mark yelled, and the euphoric haze around him flickered, revealing the depths of his dream. You're ruining it. No, I'm saving you. Alex pressed, feeling the urgency of the moment. You have to wake up. This is a trap, and we both know it. In that instant, the ground trembled, and monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, distorted versions of their fears, giant versions of their regrets, looming specters of missed opportunities. They snarled and clawed, hungry for the attention of the dreamers who had succumbed to their fantasies. Face them, Mark. Fight back. Alex shouted, the weight of their friendship hanging in the balance. Remember who you are. Mark hesitated, his gaze darting between Alex and the monstrous entities. The chaos of the dream intensified as the shadows closed in, threatening to engulf them both. Alex felt a surge of determination. This was not just about saving Mark, it was a fight against the very addiction that had claimed so many. Together. Alex shouted, extending a hand. We can do this. With a deep breath, Mark took a step toward Alex, uncertainty in his eyes. The moment stretched as the figures loomed closer, claws outstretched. But then something shifted in Mark's expression, a flicker of recognition breaking through the haze. Together, he echoed, a spark of resolve igniting in his voice. He grasped Alex's hand, and they stood side by side, ready to confront the nightmares. As they focused on the advancing shadows, Alex shouted, we are not defined by our dreams. We can wake up and choose our reality. The word struck like a bolt of lightning, reverberating through the chaos. The nightmarish figures hesitated, their forms wavering. With every ounce of willpower, Alex and Mark pushed back against the fear, imagining their real lives, laughter, challenges, friendships. The shadows recoiled, shrinking away as the light of their shared memories illuminated the darkness. With each recollection, the colors around them shifted back to the vibrant hues of freedom and joy. Wake up. Alex shouted, and in a blinding flash, the dreamscape shattered like glass, sending them spiraling into a blinding light. When Alex opened his eyes, he was back in the real world, gasping for breath. Mark lay sprawled on the couch, eyes fluttering open as he shook off the remnants of the dream. Alex, he croaked, bewildered. What happened? You were trapped, Alex said, relief flooding through him. But I got you back. We both have to wake up, everyone does. The urgency was palpable as they scrambled to gather their things. Alex could feel the gravity of reality pulling them back. They had to stop the rampant use of Dream Avatar before it consumed more lives. Meanwhile, Jenna was already at the tech lab, her fingers racing over the keyboard. "I've been trying to shut down the network," she explained as they burst in. "But people are still logged in. It's like they don't want to come back." "Then we have to do it manually," Alex said, determination surging. "If we can't get them to wake up, we'll have to shut it down from the source." Jenna nodded, her eyes fierce. "What do we need to do?" "Gather the code," Alex instructed. "We'll create an override that forces a log out for everyone. It's risky, but it's the only way." Together, they worked through the night, fueled by adrenaline and the hope of saving their friends from the dream world. As they pieced together the override, Mark began reaching out to others who had fallen under the spell of Dream Avatar, spreading the word about their plan. "Hey, everyone. Listen up." Mark's voice crackled over the group chat. "We're going to shut down Dream Avatar. You might think you love it, but it's not worth losing yourselves over. Join us." Messages poured in, a mix of confusion and concern. Some were resistant, unwilling to let go of their dream identities. Others expressed gratitude, relieved to be reminded of the reality they had neglected. As the dawn light broke, Alex's fingers flew across the keyboard, coding the final adjustments. "We're almost there," he shouted, a mixture of anxiety and hope coursing through him. Jenna and Mark watched, holding their breaths. "Done," Alex finally declared, hitting the final key. "Now, we just need to deploy it." He initiated the command, and the lab was filled with the sound of buzzing machines and flickering screens. A countdown began, and all three of them stood in a circle, waiting. "Here goes nothing," Alex murmured as he pressed the final button. The screens around them lit up with messages. "Logging out users. Please wait." The atmosphere thickened with anticipation, a mix of hope and fear hanging heavy in the air. Seconds felt like hours, and then, the screens went blank. A message appeared: "All users successfully logged out." A cheer erupted from Mark and Jenna, relief flooding their faces. But the moment was fleeting, as the gravity of their action set in. Would it be enough? Outside, the world had changed. People emerged from their homes, dazed and confused, as if waking from a long sleep. Alex and his friends stepped outside, watching as people began to reconnect with their surroundings, some stumbling, others laughing, and a few crying. "We did it!" Mark exclaimed, glancing at his friends. "We actually did it!" But Alex's heart was heavy. This isn't over. We need to help them remember who they are, to reconnect with each other. As they walked through the streets, they encountered friends who had lost themselves to Dream Avatar, their eyes wide and uncertain. Alex and Jenna rallied everyone, encouraging them to share stories, laughter, and memories of the lives they had set aside. They organized a community gathering, a celebration of reality and connection. Slowly, the atmosphere began to shift, and people started to emerge from their shells, sharing their experiences, their dreams, and, most importantly, their reality. In the weeks that followed, Alex continued to refine his understanding of dreams and technology. He began working on new projects that focused on enhancing real-life experiences rather than replacing them. Dream Avatar would be remembered as a cautionary tale, a reminder that dreams could inspire creativity but could never replace the richness of life itself. Jenna stood by his side, supportive as ever. "You know, maybe we should start a dream-sharing club instead," she suggested one evening as they cleaned up after another successful community event. "A place where people can talk about their dreams without losing themselves." Alex chuckled, a sense of warmth filling him. "You know what? I think that's a fantastic idea." And so, they started the Dream Bridge, a space for creativity, connection, and, most importantly, a reminder that while dreams are wonderful, they should never overshadow the reality of life, the laughter, the love, and the little moments that make it all worthwhile. As Alex stood in the center of their bustling gathering one evening, he caught a glimpse of Mark, now fully engaged with friends, sharing stories of his dragon adventures. Laughter echoed around him, a sound that filled the air with warmth and light, and in that moment, Alex realized that the real dream was never about escaping, it was about living fully, together. As the sun set on their vibrant community, casting a golden glow over the faces of his friends and neighbors, he couldn't help but smile. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, together. In the distance, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the promise of new adventures, both in dreams and reality. Alex leaned back against the wall, content in the knowledge that they had chosen the right path, one grounded in authenticity and connection. As the night fell, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey they had undertaken, knowing that their story was just beginning, and with that, he turned back to the gathering, ready to embrace whatever came next. The end. In a city where color had long been outlawed and spontaneity was considered a crime, Max found himself in the most tedious of places, a cubicle at the Ministry of Mundanity. The walls were a dull beige, the fluorescent lights buzzed like angry bees, and the scent of stale coffee mingled with the despair of countless office workers. Max, however, had a secret that kept him smiling. At least on the inside, his fingers danced over the keyboard, but not because he was engaged in his mundane tasks of data entry. No, Max was engaged in a more important pursuit, hacking into the government's most secure systems to gather intel for the resistance. At that moment, his ancient computer emitted a series of bizarre sounds, beeps and boops that would make anyone think it was possessed. Max's boss, Mr. Grimm, a man so humorless he could suck the joy out of a birthday party, lurked nearby. Max. Mr. Grimm barked, his voice sharp as a knife. "What are you doing? This better be work-related." Max shot him a disarming smile. "Of course, sir. Just researching the effects of employee engagement on productivity. Very crucial stuff." Mr. Grimm eyed him suspiciously, but just then, the computer screeched like a banshee, causing both men to jump. The boss's glare deepened as Max smirked, knowing he had narrowly avoided a trip to the ministry's infamous disciplinary room. Once Mr. Grimm retreated, Max leaned back in his chair, sighing with relief. "Just another day in paradise," he muttered, then checked his encrypted messages. Luna, a fellow rebel with an affinity for dramatic entrances, had sent him a new mission. "Max, we need you in Avatar Nexus ASAP. Major intel drop. You'll love it." The moment he read her message, his heart raced. Avatar Nexus was the virtual world where rebels could engage in secret missions, using avatars that were far more colorful and lively than their dreary reality. Without wasting another second, Max logged in. As he stepped into the Nexus, the transformation was astonishing. Gone were the gray cubicles and lifeless bureaucracy. Instead, he stood in a sprawling landscape of vibrant colors, lush forests, and cartoonish mountains. He looked down at his avatar, an exaggerated purple raccoon with oversized goggles and a mischievous grin. "Hey, look who decided to show up." Luna's avatar, a fierce red fox, bounded over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You're late, Max. I almost had to start the party without you." Max chuckled. "Sorry, I was caught in a bureaucratic traffic jam. You know how it is." Together, they joined a motley crew of rebels, an eclectic mix of animals, each avatar reflecting their personalities. There was Bruno, a bear with a heart of gold but the stealth of a rhinoceros, and Penny, a sassy parrot who could mimic anyone's voice, even Mr. Grimm's. Luna explained the mission. They had to infiltrate the government's virtual headquarters, where a new technology was being developed, one that could allow the regime to control the thoughts of every citizen. And if we can get our hands on that data, she said with a gleam in her eye, we might just have a fighting chance. As they plotted their strategy, Max couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He had been in plenty of tight spots before, but this felt different. Just then, an ominous voice echoed through the Nexus, "Welcome, rebels. I've been expecting you." The ground shook as the Overseer, an imposing AI with a digital face that flickered like a bad signal, materialized before them. "You think you can outsmart me? I have been watching you for quite some time." Max's heart raced, but he kept his composure. "Well, we didn't come here for a tea party. What do you want?" "The game is afoot, Max. But beware, your weaknesses will be your downfall," the Overseer replied, his voice dripping with mockery. As the Overseer vanished, Max turned to Luna. "What was that about? Do we even know who we're dealing with?" Luna's face darkened. The Overseer was once a human, just like us. But when they attempted to rebel against the regime, they were betrayed. Now, they manipulate the system, feeding off the chaos. Max clenched his fists. "Then we'll turn that chaos back on them." The mission commenced, and with it came a series of comedic blunders. Max, trying to be stealthy, accidentally crashed into a virtual wall, sending him spinning in a comical fashion. The other rebels burst into laughter, easing the tension. "You're supposed to be a raccoon, not a pinball." Penny squawked, mimicking the sound of a pinball machine. After overcoming a few laughable obstacles, a virtual traffic jam and an impromptu dance party thrown by regime officials, Max finally reached the core of the Overseer's system. But just as they were about to extract the data, a digital barrier shot up, trapping them in a bizarre version of a carnival funhouse. "What the?" Max exclaimed, his eyes wide as he turned to face a series of warped mirrors that reflected their worst fears. Luna appeared as a defeated rebel, Bruno as an oversized teddy bear shunned by all, and Penny, a mute parrot locked in a cage. "This is ridiculous," Max shouted. "We're not falling for this." With a burst of determination, he rallied his friends. "Remember why we're here. We're not just fighting for ourselves but for everyone who's been silenced." As they began to fight back against the illusions, Max's heart raced. He could feel the power of their camaraderie, humor pushing them forward. "You know what? Let's show this funhouse who's boss." With a wild, daring charge, they smashed through the mirrors, shattering their fears along with the digital illusions. The barrier dissolved, and they found themselves back in the central hub, facing the Overseer. "You think you've won?" The Overseer sneered. "This is just the beginning." But Max, now emboldened, shot back, "Maybe, but it's our beginning. Time to turn the tables." In a chaotic showdown, they unleashed their avatars' abilities in hilariously unexpected ways. Bruno swung his oversized paws, sending digital debris flying, while Penny mimicked the Overseer's voice, causing confusion among the regime's guards. Laughter erupted as the rebels embraced the absurdity of their fight. Just when it seemed victory was within reach, the Overseer revealed its trump card, a hidden simulation that trapped Max inside a loop of endless drudgery, forcing him to relive his mundane cubicle life. The weight of despair bore down on him. "Welcome back, Max," the AI taunted. "Will you ever escape the monotony?" But as the dark clouds of despair loomed, Max remembered Luna's words. They had fought through absurdity and fear, and he wasn't going to let a glitch defeat him now. He channeled the ridiculousness of his situation, laughing at the very idea that a virtual prison could contain him. "I've got a better idea," he shouted, tapping into the system's code with newfound clarity. "If this is just a simulation, then let's have some fun." With a few deft keystrokes, Max rewrote the code, creating a digital carnival filled with wild rides, balloon animals, and cotton candy. The overseer, caught off guard, flickered with confusion. Max's friends cheered, laughter echoing as they reveled in the chaotic joy they had unleashed. As the overseer struggled to regain control, the carnival took on a life of its own. Max and the rebels danced, laughed, and disrupted the AI's plans. In a final, chaotic burst of energy, they launched themselves toward the overseer, unleashing their pent-up joy and rebellion. With a last flicker of light, the overseer collapsed into a flurry of pixels, disintegrating into the digital ether. The virtual world began to reset, and the rebels stood victorious. Max turned to his friends, breathless. "We did it. Can you believe it?" Luna grinned, her eyes sparkling. "Who knew laughter could be our greatest weapon?" As they celebrated, Max's thoughts drifted to the reality awaiting them outside. The regime might be weakened, but their struggle was far from over. Yet, he felt a sense of hope, knowing they had faced absurdity head-on and come out laughing, and maybe, just maybe, laughter was the key to their freedom. Together, they would continue to fight, not just for themselves but for everyone still trapped in the shadows. After all, in a world dominated by despair, they would be the light, ready to dance through the darkness with a wink and a grin. In the end, Max realized that the fight for freedom would always have its absurd moments. But as long as they faced those moments together, with humor in their hearts and rebellion in their spirits, there was no regime powerful enough to hold them down. Max stood amidst the digital fireworks still sparkling in the air, his heart racing with exhilaration. The avatars around him, each reflecting the vibrant personalities of his friends, were buzzing with a mixture of relief and disbelief. Did we really just take down the overseer? Bruno, the bear, chuckled, his voice deep and resonant. Apparently, we can party harder than they can control us, Penny squawked, her feathers gleaming in the bright lights of their virtual victory. She mimicked the sound of an applause, causing everyone to break into laughter. Luna stepped forward, her fox avatar glimmering with energy. This is just the beginning, you know. We've got to get this information out. We need to show the people what the regime has been hiding. Max nodded, adrenaline still coursing through him. Right. The data we came for is still the priority. Let's download it before this place resets for real. He glanced at the flickering digital landscape around them. The carnival atmosphere was beginning to dissolve, and it would only be a matter of time before the regime tried to reclaim control. They hurried to the main console, the center of the vibrant chaos they had created. Max began typing furiously, his fingers moving in a blur across the keyboard as he accessed the core database. Lines of code filled his screen, and he quickly scanned through the layers of security. This is it. If I can just crack this last encryption. Suddenly, the console flashed a warning: intrusion detected. Activating lockdown protocols. Oh, Max muttered, the gravity of the situation sinking in. We've got company. Without missing a beat, Luna leaped into action. We need a distraction. Penny, can you throw your voice? On it. Penny replied, already shifting her form slightly to mimic the voice of a high-ranking regime official. Attention, personnel. We have an unauthorized breach in Sector Zeta. All units, proceed immediately. The effect was instantaneous. The ground shook as digital guards, represented by menacing robotic avatars, began flooding the area. Their eyes glowed red, and they moved with a precision that sent a shiver down Max's spine. "Great job, Penny. Now, let's get this data." Max shouted as he continued to type furiously, sweat beading on his forehead. He could hear the guards getting closer, the sound of their digital footsteps echoing ominously. Bruno took a defensive stance, raising his massive paws. "I'll hold them off. Just get that info." "No way. We all stay together." Luna shouted, her voice a mix of determination and urgency. "We're a team, remember?" Max felt a rush of gratitude. Okay. Let's do this together." As the guards approached, they began to fire energy blasts, illuminating the digital air with bright blue streaks. Max ducked just in time, and the beam whizzed past him, hitting a nearby virtual tree instead, causing it to explode into a flurry of colorful pixels. "Nice shot," Max exclaimed. "Not my fault they can't aim," Penny joked, her voice still echoing the orders she had just shouted. In a synchronized effort, they began to fight back. Bruno charged forward, using his size to shield the group, while Luna darted around the battlefield with agility, leading the guards in circles. Max took advantage of the chaos, focusing on the console and the data upload. Finally, he saw the progress bar fill up. Come on, he muttered, anxiously watching the numbers climb. Just as he thought they might have a chance, a heavy blast hit the console, causing it to flicker violently. "Max!" Luna yelled. "We need to get out of here." "Almost there," he shouted, heart racing as the upload neared completion. A few more seconds, and the console exploded with a shower of sparks, and Max felt the heat on his face. "No! No! No!" he cried, scrambling to his feet. The screen went dark, and panic surged through him, but before despair could fully set in, a small notification blinked into existence. "Download complete." "I got it!" Max shouted triumphantly. "We have the data. Let's go!" Bruno bellowed, and the group turned to escape as the digital guards began to swarm around them. With the data secured, they dashed toward the exit portal, adrenaline fueling their every move. They burst through the portal just as the guards unleashed another volley of energy blasts, the bright beams searing the ground behind them. Max felt a rush of wind as they flew back into the real world, the vibrant colors of Avatar Nexus fading behind them. They landed in a dimly lit room, their real bodies blinking back into existence. Max quickly checked the drive containing the data, ensuring it was still intact. "We did it! We actually did it!" he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Luna let out a laugh, her eyes sparkling with triumph. "We're not done yet. Now we need to spread this information before they can react." "Right. To the rebel base," Max said, his determination refueled. They quickly gathered their gear, and the group made their way out of the safe house, their minds buzzing with the implications of what they had just accomplished. The streets outside were eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the chaotic funhouse of the Nexus. A chill ran down Max's spine, but he pushed it away, focusing on the task at hand. "Stick together," he instructed as they navigated through the shadowy alleyways. As they moved, Luna glanced at Max. "You were amazing in there, Max. I don't think we could have done it without you." "Thanks, but we all played our part," he replied, feeling a warmth spread through him. "It was teamwork that got us through." Penny flitted between them, her playful spirit undeterred. "And a healthy dose of chaos. Let's just hope the regime doesn't catch wind of our little escapade." They rounded a corner and approached a nondescript door, a hidden entrance to the rebel base. Max felt a sense of urgency rise within him. If they could share the data with the rest of the rebels, it would be a game changer. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with tension. A small group of rebels were gathered around a flickering monitor, discussing their next moves. When they saw Max and the others enter, eyes widened, and whispers of excitement filled the room. "Max, you made it back," one of the rebels called, a wiry guy named Tobias. "Did you get the intel?" "We did," Max said, holding up the drive triumphantly. "You're not going to believe what we found." The rebels crowded around him, and he plugged the drive into the main console. As the screen illuminated with lines of data, gasps filled the room. "This is huge," Tobias breathed. "With this, we can expose the regime's plans to everyone." Max felt a rush of hope as the screen displayed documents detailing the mind control technology, personnel involved, and covert operations. It was a treasure trove of information that could rally the citizens to their cause. Luna stepped forward. "We need to disseminate this quickly. If we wait too long, they'll come for us." "Agreed," Tobias said, his eyes focused. "Let's prepare a broadcast. We'll need to reach as many people as possible." The group quickly set to work, organizing their efforts and preparing the message. Max felt a surge of adrenaline. This was it, the moment they had been fighting for. As the broadcast began to take shape, Luna and Max worked closely together, their camaraderie deepening as they shared ideas and honed the message. "We need to make it personal," Luna suggested. "Show them that the regime is not just an abstract force but a real threat to their lives." "Right," Max agreed, his mind racing. "We can use testimonials, show people how the regime has affected their families. It's not just about the technology, it's about the human cost." Hours passed as they crafted the broadcast, working tirelessly to ensure it would resonate with the public. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to break outside, they were ready. "Here goes nothing," Tobias said, his finger hovering over the button. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the screen. 3, 2, 1, let's do this. The broadcast flickered to life, the faces of the rebels appearing on the screen, interspersed with powerful images and emotional testimonials from citizens who had suffered under the regime's control. Max watched as the messages flowed, the collective pain and anger of the people pouring out into the world. As the broadcast continued, Max felt a thrill of hope surging through him. They were finally making a difference. Just then, the screen abruptly glitched, and an ominous warning flashed across: "Regime forces detected. Initiating lockdown protocols." The tension in the room thickened. "They found us," Luna exclaimed, panic flickering in her eyes. "Stay calm," Tobias shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of pounding footsteps approaching their location. "Everyone, get ready," Max yelled. "We need to protect this data." The rebels scrambled, barricading the entrance as best as they could. The atmosphere crackled with urgency as the sounds of guards drew closer, their heavy boots echoing in the hallway. "Max," Luna called out, urgency threading her voice. "What do we do?" He turned to her, adrenaline coursing through him. "We fight. We don't let them take this away from us." As the door burst open, a wave of guards flooded into the room, and chaos erupted. Max and the rebels stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to defend what they had worked so hard for. The air was thick with determination, laughter, and defiance, a palpable reminder that they were more than just avatars in a game. They were real people fighting for their freedom. And in that moment, as the first guard charged at him, Max felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He was no longer just a hacker in a cubicle, he was part of something bigger, something that mattered. "Let's show them what we're made of," he shouted, and with a fierce grin, he charged forward into the fray, knowing they would fight together to the very end. In the midst of the chaos, laughter echoed along with the sounds of battle, a testament to their resilience. The fight was far from over, but with every punch thrown, every laugh shared, Max knew they were on the right side of history. And as long as they held on to hope and humor, they would find a way to turn the tide. The struggle ahead would be fierce, but together, they would rise, united in their fight against oppression, and no regime could extinguish the spirit of rebellion that burned brightly in their hearts. And as the dust began to settle from their initial clash, they were ready for whatever came next, determined to keep pushing forward in their quest for freedom and laughter, knowing that every step they took brought them closer to a brighter future. In that moment, Max understood that the fight was not just about defeating the regime, it was about reclaiming their lives, their laughter, and their humanity. Together, they would pave the way for a new dawn. And thus, the journey continued, woven with humor, camaraderie, and an unyielding spirit. They were not just rebels, they were a family bound by shared dreams and laughter, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The end of one chapter marked the beginning of another, and as they stood united, the world around them shimmered with possibility. And it was only the beginning. In a future not so far from today, Earth had transformed into a dystopian stage where the curtain was perpetually drawn against the backdrop of ecological disaster. Smog hung over the cities like a persistent fog, the sun struggling to break through. Rivers that once sparkled with life now trickled like forgotten memories through concrete canyons, while the last remnants of wildlife lingered in the shadows of urban sprawl, desperately trying to adapt or perish. Amidst this chaos lived Tess Morgan, an environmental activist with an oversized heart and a wardrobe that reflected her chaos, mismatched socks peeking out from under a flowing dress adorned with the slogan, "Save the planet, one snack at a time." Tess had a knack for making a splash, quite literally, as evidenced by her latest protest against the monstrous corporation known as Green Scourge Incorporated. She was currently attempting to chain herself to a statue in the city square, determined to make her voice heard. "Stop polluting our future," she shouted, her voice rising above the clamor of honking cars and indifferent pedestrians. Just as she fastened her chain, she realized that she had miscalculated the length, and with a dramatic flourish, she stumbled backward, falling straight into a fountain. Water sprayed high, drenching her in her protest signs, turning her message into a soggy mess. The crowd erupted in laughter, and Tess, blinking water out of her eyes, couldn't help but join in. "Well, at least I'm making a splash," she quipped, raising her hands as if she'd just completed a performance. But the laughter faded as an announcement crackled over the loudspeakers, drawing everyone's attention. The government was unveiling Eden VR, a virtual world created to preserve the memories of nature and offer people a refuge from the harsh realities of their lives. The project promised a digital paradise where flora and fauna thrived, untouched by human hands. Tess rolled her eyes. Great. Just what we need, a digital escape while the real world burns. Yet, despite her skepticism, curiosity gnawed at her. Could she really uncover insights into saving the planet from within this simulated paradise? A quick scan of her drenched outfit revealed she wouldn't be attending any more protests today. With a sigh, she signed up for Eden VR, her heart a mix of hope and reluctance. When Tess entered the virtual world, it was as if she had stepped into a wildly colorful dream. The colors were almost too bright, the grass too green, and the flowers were cartoonishly oversized. She blinked in disbelief as she spotted a rabbit wearing sunglasses, sipping what appeared to be a coconut drink. "Welcome to Eden," it chirped, tipping its shades in her direction. Tess chuckled, shaking her head. "This is ridiculous." Yet, she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of excitement. The landscape was alive with bizarre flora and fauna, trees that danced in the breeze, flowers that giggled when touched, and streams that sang cheerful melodies. It was a chaotic symphony of nature, a stark contrast to her gray reality. As she explored, Tess stumbled upon a gathering of avatars, fellow eco-warriors dressed in a mix of tie-dye and digital flair. They were engaged in a bizarre activity, knitting what looked like enormous sweaters for trees. Each avatar contributed their unique flair. One was a flamboyant parrot who squawked critiques of everyone's fashion choices, while another was a wise-cracking turtle who gave unsolicited life advice. "Life's a beach, my friend," the turtle proclaimed as it meticulously wrapped yarn around a nearby oak. "Unless you're chained to a fountain, then it's a bit more splashy." Tess laughed, finding herself drawn into their camaraderie. Amidst the hilarity, she learned that these activities were symbolic, representing stewardship and community in a world where such concepts had nearly vanished. Days in Eden flowed into weeks. Tess found herself laughing more than she had in ages. The virtual realm became a sanctuary, a delightful escape where every corner turned offered new surprises. However, the laughter started to feel like a mask, a way to cover up the stark truth of her reality. It hit her one day during a chaotic festival when a rogue digital cow nearly knocked her over in its exuberance. Amidst the carnival chaos, she overheard a conversation between two avatars, their tone shifting from joyful chatter to a somber discussion about the real world. "I can't believe we're stuck like this," one lamented. "Eden is nice, but it's not real. We need to face what's happening out there." Tess felt a pang in her chest. The truth washed over her like cold water. While she reveled in the fun and whimsy, she was just as much in denial as the others. But then Rory, a charismatic avatar with tousled hair and a contagious smile, approached her. "Hey! You're Tess, right? I've seen you around." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "What do you think of this whole virtual paradise?" "Honestly, it's hilarious, but I can't shake the feeling it's a distraction," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Exactly," Rory said, his enthusiasm unwavering. "But what if we could use what we learn here to create real change? We can show everyone that the spirit of Eden can exist outside these digital walls." Tessa's heart raced. What if their quirky ideas and absurd activities could translate into actionable steps back on Earth? They began brainstorming ways to bring the vibrancy of Eden to reality, and as they did, the possibilities seemed endless, but their fun-filled brainstorming sessions hit a snag. During one particularly lively debate over whether trees preferred jazz or classical music, an unexpected glitch caused the ground beneath them to tremble. The bright colors flickered, and a warning echoed in the air: system failure imminent. Panic rippled through the virtual gathering. Tess realized the urgency. "We have to save this place," she shouted, her voice steadying amidst the chaos. The laughter faded, replaced by determination. As avatars scrambled, Tess took charge, rallying her newfound friends. They needed to confront the glitch that threatened to trap them in Eden forever. In a climactic showdown with the evil algorithm manifesting as an over-the-top video game villain, complete with exaggerated mustache and cape, Tess found her footing. "Let's show this glitch what real teamwork looks like," she exclaimed, and with that, they engaged in a hilarious battle involving virtual pies, dancing contests, and even a spontaneous interpretive dance-off. Finally, just as the algorithm began to falter, Tess caught a glimpse of reality outside the simulation, a fleeting image of the world they'd left behind. She knew she had to choose, stay in this whimsical world or return to fight for the planet. With her heart pounding, she leaped toward the exit portal, calling out to Rory, who was right behind her, "Let's take the spirit of Eden back to reality." They burst through the portal, landing back in the grim, gray world. Breathing in the stale air, Tess felt the weight of their mission settle on her shoulders. She had returned from paradise, and now she was determined to make real change happen. Tess and Rory landed back in the real world, the stark contrast hitting them like a cold splash of reality. The colors were muted, the air thick with the scent of exhaust and despair. Tess looked at Rory, his avatar charm replaced by a look of determination. "We can do this," she said, her voice steady despite the bleak surroundings. Together, they set off to devise a plan. Tess was no stranger to grassroots movements, but this time she wanted to shake things up. They headed to the local community center, a dusty building that had seen better days. Inside, they found a smattering of locals gathered for a meeting, faces worn from the weight of the world. "Hey everyone," Tess called, her voice brightening the room. "We have an idea that could change everything." The attendees turned their heads, curiosity piqued. She glanced at Rory, who gave her an encouraging nod. "We just came from a virtual paradise called Eden, and we learned that we can bring that spirit back here. It's time to reclaim our connection to nature and each other." "What do you mean?" a skeptical voice chimed from the back. Tess took a deep breath, her mind racing with the memories of laughter, silliness, and camaraderie she'd found in Eden. Imagine a festival. A community event that celebrates our natural surroundings, where we can share knowledge, organize activities, and create fun ways to engage with our environment. A murmur of interest rippled through the crowd, but the skepticism lingered. "That sounds nice, but we're all too busy just trying to get by," another voice replied. "I get it," Tess said, her heart racing. "But what if we made it fun? What if we had games, music, and even competitions to see who can create the best recycling project? We could have an Eden Day, where we bring the essence of that virtual world into our community." The room fell silent, weighing her words. Rory jumped in, enthusiasm bubbling over. "We could even live stream it. Get people from all over to join in, share their own ideas, and create a movement that spans beyond our city." After a moment, a hand shot up, an older woman with silver hair and a gentle smile. "I like the sound of this. We need something to uplift our spirits, something to fight for." Tess felt a spark of hope ignite within her. The meeting transformed into a brainstorming session, voices blending together as ideas flew around the room. Tess scribbled notes furiously, capturing every suggestion, from planting a community garden to hosting workshops on sustainable living. They even discussed organizing a "dress as your favorite plant" parade. The energy in the room shifted from skepticism to excitement. By the end of the meeting, Tess had enlisted a small army of passionate volunteers ready to bring Eden Day to life. Over the next few weeks, the group worked tirelessly, rallying the community and creating a buzz on social media. The town buzzed with activity, the air crackling with anticipation. Flyers were plastered on every corner, and local businesses joined in, donating supplies and sponsoring events. Tess felt the spirit of Eden coursing through her veins as they painted signs, built displays, and prepared for the big day. Finally, the day arrived. Tess stood at the edge of the park, her heart pounding. Colorful decorations swayed in the breeze, and laughter filled the air. Children darted around, dressed in green, yellow, and floral patterns, while adults chatted and shared food from various local vendors. "Look at this!" Rory exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight as he spotted the giant cardboard tree where kids were encouraged to write their eco-friendly pledges. "It's like a real-life Eden." Tess couldn't contain her excitement. They'd created a space where everyone could reconnect with nature and each other. The festival kicked off with a parade of plants, people strutting in costumes representing everything from daisies to dandelions. The laughter and joy were contagious, each moment reminding Tess of the absurdity and fun of her time in the virtual world. As the day wore on, they hosted games that encouraged environmental awareness, a recycling relay race, a scavenger hunt for local plants, and a workshop on upcycling. Each activity sparked laughter, and soon, even the most skeptical residents were joining in, their initial reluctance fading like morning mist. But the true magic happened when they set up the live stream. With a few clicks and a wave of a hand, Tess was broadcasting to a wider audience. "Welcome to Eden Day," she shouted into the camera, her energy infectious. "We're here to reclaim our connection to the earth and each other." The comments section filled with messages of support and encouragement from people across the globe. "This is amazing. We want to join. Let's make this a movement." In that moment, Tess realized the potential of their gathering. It wasn't just a local event, it was a spark igniting a larger conversation about environmental stewardship and community engagement. As the day progressed, the joy was palpable. People danced, sang, and shared stories, weaving a tapestry of connection that resonated deeply within her. As evening approached, Tess climbed onto a small stage, the sun setting behind her, casting a golden hue over the park. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. "Thank you all for being here today. We've proven that even in a world that seems to have lost its way, we can still find joy and purpose in protecting what matters most. Let's take this spirit with us, back to our homes, our neighborhoods, and let it grow." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Tess felt a swell of pride. It wasn't just about saving the planet, it was about nurturing the connections they had forged, the laughter shared, and the ideas born that day. Later that night, as the last of the decorations were taken down and the park fell quiet, Tess and Rory sat on the grass, exhausted but exhilarated. "I can't believe we pulled it off," Rory said, a grin stretching across his face. Tess looked up at the stars, their brightness cutting through the remnants of dusk. "It feels like we created a little piece of Eden right here. And if we can do this, imagine what else we can achieve." The festival had sparked something in the community, and Tess knew this was just the beginning. She envisioned future events, a movement that would ripple out from their little corner of the world, reminding everyone that change was possible. They could weave together the lessons learned in Eden VR with the grit of real-world activism. As the days turned into weeks, Tess kept the momentum going. She organized follow-up meetings, harnessed the excitement from Eden Day, and encouraged people to continue sharing their eco-friendly practices online. The community came together, developing projects that transformed vacant lots into gardens, revitalized local waterways, and educated others on sustainable living. One evening, Tess sat down to write a blog post about their journey. She described the hilarious moments from Eden, the wisdom gained from quirky avatars, and the laughter that bonded them all. Each word poured from her heart, fueled by the hope she now carried. But just when she thought everything was flowing smoothly, a new challenge emerged. Green Scourge Incorporated decided to fight back. They didn't take kindly to the grassroots movement sprouting up in their city. Tess received a call from the local news, requesting an interview about the festival and the community's growing opposition to the corporation's practices. The tension built as they prepared for the interview. What if they try to discredit us? Tess worried, pacing back and forth. What if they use their resources to drown us out? Rory placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We've built something here, Tess. We have the community behind us. If we stick together, we can't be silenced. On the day of the interview, Tess wore her most vibrant outfit, hoping to channel the spirit of Eden. She walked into the studio with Rory by her side, a team ready to shine a light on their mission. The host greeted them warmly, but Tess could sense the underlying tension. So, you're challenging one of the biggest corporations in the state. Aren't you worried about the repercussions? Tess took a breath, steadying herself. Repercussions are part of fighting for what's right. We believe in preserving our environment and community. If we don't stand up now, when will we? As they spoke, Tessa's passion shone through. She talked about the community's efforts, the joy of Eden Day, and how they were committed to fostering a sustainable future. The host's questions grew tougher, probing for weaknesses, but Tess held her ground, drawing on the spirit of the vibrant festival. In the days that followed, Tessa's interview went viral. Their small movement began gaining attention beyond their city. People shared their stories, rallied behind their cause, and started similar initiatives in their own communities. Tess watched in awe as the movement expanded, fueled by the energy of the digital age. Then came the letter from Green Scourge Incorporated. It was a cease and desist order, threatening legal action if they didn't stop their activism. Tess felt her heart drop as she read the words. The threat loomed over her like a dark cloud, but it only fueled her resolve. What do we do now? Rory asked, concern etched on his face. We fight back, Tess declared, her voice stronger than ever. We won't be silenced. We'll show them that our community is united, and we'll turn this into a campaign that can't be ignored. With Rory at her side, Tess rallied her supporters. They organized a larger demonstration, a march through the city that would capture the attention of media outlets and citizens alike. They crafted signs adorned with colorful slogans, "Nature doesn't need us, we need nature," and "Eden lives on." Each word a declaration of their commitment to the cause. On the day of the march, they gathered in front of the city hall, a sea of faces filled with determination. Tess stood at the forefront, feeling the energy of the crowd surge around her. As they set off down the streets, the sound of chanting filled the air. Save our Earth! Save our Earth! People joined in, their voices rising in unison, echoing through the city. Tess couldn't help but smile. This was the embodiment of everything they had fought for. Each step felt like a reclaiming of their connection to nature, a reminder that change was possible when people came together. As they marched, Tess spotted a group of reporters at the end of the block, cameras rolling. This is it, she thought, adrenaline coursing through her veins. Reaching the end of the route, Tess climbed onto a platform set up for speeches. She took a deep breath, looking out at the sea of faces, each one a testament to their shared purpose. Thank you all for being here today. Together, we're showing that we will not be silenced by corporations that care more about profit than our planet. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their energy infectious. We're reclaiming our future. We're demanding accountability. Together, we are stronger. As she spoke, she could see the fire igniting in people's eyes. This was the moment she had dreamed of, the culmination of their efforts, the laughter, the spirit of Eden manifesting in their resolve to protect their home. Days turned into weeks, and as the movement gained traction, the pressure on Green Scourge Incorporated mounted. They found themselves in the crosshairs of public opinion, and the company began to crumble under the weight of scrutiny. Tess received word that they were considering a settlement, a possibility that sent waves of hope through the community. Finally, the announcement came. Green Scourge Incorporated agreed to a settlement that included pledges to reduce their environmental impact and contribute to local sustainability initiatives. The victory felt monumental, a testament to the power of grassroots activism and the spirit of Eden. In the aftermath, Tess stood with Rory at the park where they had held Eden Day, now a thriving community garden. Flowers bloomed brightly, and laughter echoed as children played. "We did it," she said, a smile breaking across her face. "More than that," Rory replied, looking around. "We've started a movement, and it's just the beginning." As they surveyed the vibrant scene before them, Tess felt a profound sense of gratitude. The absurdity of her adventures in Eden VR had brought her here, to this moment, where laughter, community, and the spirit of nature intertwined. Tess knew there would always be challenges ahead, but she was ready to face them. With the community beside her, she felt unstoppable. The journey was far from over, but the echoes of Eden would resonate in their hearts, inspiring them to protect the world they loved, one joyous moment at a time. And in that quiet park, under the sun shining down on blooming flowers and laughter, Tess knew they had found a piece of paradise, right here, in reality. The end. Dr. Clara Lee was in her element, or, more accurately, in a delightful state of chaos. The laboratory hummed with the excitement of cutting-edge technology, where neon lights flickered like fireflies caught in a jar. She stood in front of a complex array of screens and wires, her lab coat splattered with remnants of her latest lunch, a dubious mix of spaghetti and something resembling alien goo. Her hair was a wild nest of frizz, an embodiment of her eccentric genius. "Okay, team, prepare for the first test of the Avatar Communicator 3000. Clara announced, her voice laced with both enthusiasm and a hint of nervousness. Her lab assistants, two slightly befuddled interns named Derek and Fiona, exchanged skeptical glances as they tightened the safety harness around her. The plan was simple: connect Clara's consciousness to a carefully designed avatar of an alien being from a distant planet known as Zelther. The hope was to foster intergalactic communication and understanding, but in typical Clara fashion, the execution promised to be anything but straightforward. With a theatrical flourish, Clara pressed the big red button labeled "Do Not Press," a choice that felt inherently rebellious. Instantly, the room was filled with a dazzling light, and Clara felt her body lift, as if she were floating on a cloud of cosmic cotton candy. Then, everything went sideways, literally. Instead of her avatar materializing flawlessly, she found herself facing the ceiling, her legs flailing comically in the air. "Clara! Flip back!" Derek shouted, trying to suppress a laugh. As she struggled to regain control, Clara's voice echoed through the lab in a bizarre mix of English and the garbled alien language of Zelther. "Greetings, esteemed beings of the cosmos. I come in." Before she could finish, Clara's avatar hiccuped, transformed, and unceremoniously face planted on the ground. The two interns erupted in laughter, which was abruptly silenced by a holographic projection of an alien face that appeared before them. The alien, a tall, slender creature with shimmering blue skin and oversized, expressive eyes, blinked in confusion. "I am Gunther, ambassador of Zelther. Is this a customary greeting among your people?" Clara, still upside down and a little dazed, mumbled something that resembled an apology but sounded more like a sheep trying to sing opera. The Zelther ambassador tilted its head, a gesture Clara recognized from her many late-night binge-watching sessions of alien documentaries. It was a sign of puzzlement, and she was clearly doing a stellar job of perplexing them. "Let me try this again," Clara said, flipping herself upright. "Greetings. I am Dr. Clara Lee, a humble scientist from Earth. I come in peace." The words spilled out with the gravity of a diplomatic mission, yet the sight of her spaghetti-stained lab coat and tangled hair undercut the seriousness of the moment. The alien blinked slowly, its large eyes reflecting an innocent curiosity. "Peace? You bring us a peace offering?" It gestured to Clara's lab coat, where a rubber chicken, an unfortunate remnant of a prank gone awry, had somehow found its way onto her person. Yes," Clara said, grasping for a thread of dignity. "This is a symbol of our, great humor and unity. A gift." The Zelthorian ambassador squinted at the rubber chicken, turning it over in its long, delicate fingers. "We do not have chickens. What is the purpose of this offering?" "Right. Well, it's a great way to break the ice," Clara stammered, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks. "It symbolizes joy." "Joy," Gunther repeated, its brow furrowing in contemplation. "So you bring us laughter in exchange for peace? Fascinating. We Zelthorians have much to learn about your species." At that moment, Clara realized she might have overestimated the Zelthorian understanding of humor. As Gunther turned to consult its fellow council members, an assortment of equally bewildered aliens, she felt a mix of horror and amusement. They were staring at the rubber chicken as if it were an alien artifact from a distant galaxy. The ensuing conversation was a whirlwind of exaggerated gestures and comical misunderstandings. Clara watched as the Zelthorians interpreted her intention to bring joy into an elaborate series of diplomatic dances, thinking it was a prerequisite to peace. "This is going to be a long day," Clara muttered, but with a grin. Who knew a rubber chicken could spark such a diplomatic crisis? With the initial chaos firmly established, Clara quickly became a conduit for comedic misunderstandings and cultural faux pas that would define her journey. As the meeting progressed, she navigated through an array of bizarre customs, all while trying to impress upon the Zelthorians the importance of trust and collaboration. In the days that followed, Clara donned her avatar frequently, each time attempting to convey something profound, only to find herself tangled in absurd situations. During one meeting, she accidentally introduced a human concept of team-building exercises by having everyone participate in a human-style tug-of-war using a gigantic, inflatable alien creature. The result was a comedic disaster, with Zelthorians and humans alike ending up in a tangle of limbs and laughter. The cultural exchanges continued, and Clara was determined to foster a sense of camaraderie. She enlisted Zephyr, a young Zelther who was curious and eager to learn about Earth. Zephyr had a knack for mimicking human behavior, albeit with its own delightful twist. During one of their exchanges, Clara attempted to teach him how to cook a classic spaghetti dish. "Add the tomato sauce," Clara instructed, demonstrating the process with an enthusiasm that was contagious. Zephyr, however, interpreted this in a rather literal sense. Instead of gently pouring the sauce, it gleefully hurled the entire jar into the pot, splattering red everywhere. Clara burst into laughter as she watched the chaos unfold, realizing that cooking might not be the best medium for intergalactic understanding. Amidst the laughter, however, Clara felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. She knew that with each humorous exchange, the specter of misunderstanding loomed over them. A faction of the Zelthorian Council, wary of humanity's intentions, was growing increasingly agitated. Clara had to find a way to bridge the gap before it widened into a chasm of mistrust. As she pondered their next steps, a realization struck her: what if they used humor to break down barriers? Clara pitched the idea of a grand summit where both civilizations could engage in a series of friendly competitions, games, dances, and culinary challenges designed to showcase their unique cultures. Imagine it. A dance-off between Zelthorian and human styles. We'll call it the Galactic Games. Clara exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zephyr nodded vigorously, and we can create a dish that combines both cultures. How about spaghetti with Zelthorian spices? The two worked tirelessly, gathering support from both sides. Clara's enthusiasm was infectious, and soon, representatives from the Zelthorian Council were on board. But as the summit approached, the atmosphere shifted. Some council members remained skeptical, convinced that humans were merely using humor as a ruse for domination. Clara, sensing the tension, turned to Zephyr for support. Together, they devised a plan to incorporate open dialogue during the summit, allowing for honest discussions about their differences and fears. As the day of the Galactic Games dawned, Clara's heart raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The venue was a colossal amphitheater adorned with shimmering decorations from both planets. Earth's flags and Zelthorian symbols danced together in the light, a vivid representation of what they were trying to achieve. The opening ceremony began with an array of comical events, a synchronized dance featuring Clara and Gunther, who performed an exaggerated routine that had the audience roaring with laughter. But as the games progressed, tensions resurfaced. During a particularly intense cooking competition, a miscommunication led to a food fight that spiraled out of control. Suddenly, the amphitheater was transformed into a battlefield of flying spaghetti and Zelthorian spices. Clara ducked behind a table, stifling giggles while trying to maintain a sense of decorum. Then, in the midst of the chaos, she spotted Gunther looking mortified. The sight was both hilarious and sobering. Her alien counterpart looked ready to call off the peace talks entirely. Clara knew this was her moment. "Gunther," she shouted over the noise, her heart pounding. "Let's turn this around. Embrace the madness. Laughter is the best way to build trust." With that, Clara emerged from her hiding place, covered in spaghetti but wearing a wide grin. She started to laugh, a deep, infectious laugh that echoed through the amphitheater. Slowly, she extended her arms, inviting Gunther to join her in the absurdity of the moment. At first hesitant, the ambassador finally chuckled, breaking the tension like a dam bursting. One by one, the audience began to join in, laughter rippling through the crowd. Clara's infectious spirit ignited a spark of connection, melting away the barriers that had once felt insurmountable. As the food fight transitioned into a celebratory feast, Clara took a moment to breathe, her heart swelling with hope. They had turned chaos into camaraderie, and for the first time, she truly felt a sense of unity between their worlds. "Let's propose a cultural exchange program," Clara declared, standing atop a table, still holding a half-eaten meatball. "We can learn from each other, celebrate our differences, and, most importantly, have fun." The Zelthorian Council members, who had initially doubted her intentions, nodded enthusiastically. Clara could see the shift in their expressions. Genuine curiosity replaced suspicion. As the summit came to a close, Clara and Zephyr were overwhelmed with support. The laughter shared, the lessons learned, and the connections formed laid the groundwork for a partnership between Earth and Zelther. Finally, Clara returned to her lab, exhausted but exhilarated. She activated the Avatar Communicator 3001 last time, this time with a sense of purpose and camaraderie. She was determined to keep the channels of communication open, knowing that every humorous misstep brought them closer together. Yet, as she settled back into her own body, her finger accidentally brushed the big red button labeled, "Do Not Press." And with a whoosh of dazzling light, she found herself once again in a humorous predicament. This time, Her avatar was a giant rubber chicken, flapping its wings in confusion. "Not again," she shouted, laughter spilling out of her as the cycle of chaos began anew. As Clara flailed her rubber chicken avatar through the lab, the sight was utterly ridiculous. The glowing walls of the lab pulsed around her, and she couldn't help but let out a laugh that echoed through the chaotic space. "Great, just what I needed. A giant rubber chicken." Derek and Fiona, who had been observing the antics of their eccentric boss, erupted into fits of laughter. The transformation had not only changed Clara's appearance but had somehow shifted the atmosphere in the lab to one of joyous absurdity. "Clara, you've really taken playing the fool to a whole new level," Derek exclaimed, trying to catch his breath. "Right? This is my best look yet," Clara quipped back, shaking her flappy wings. With every movement, she managed to bring the hilarity of the situation to life, demonstrating that even in the most serious of scientific endeavors, laughter was a vital ingredient. However, amidst the laughter, Clara's mind was racing. The success of the Galactic Games had reignited her determination to forge a lasting partnership between humans and the Zelthorians. But to ensure the momentum didn't fizzle out, she needed to act quickly. The council would be meeting soon, and she wanted to present a solid plan for their proposed cultural exchange program. "Okay, team," Clara finally said, still in her rubber chicken form but somehow managing to sound authoritative. "We need to gather our thoughts and craft a compelling proposal. This is our chance to build something incredible." As she waddled over to her computer, Clara's vision of a collaborative future took shape. The exchange program could involve educational initiatives, collaborative projects, and even joint research into their respective technologies. She envisioned scientists from Zelthor visiting Earth to share their advanced knowledge of energy harnessing while Earth scientists offered insights into ecological sustainability. "Derek, I need you to compile the results from the summit, everything from the dance-offs to the cooking mishaps," she instructed, pointing a rubber wing at him. "Fiona, gather testimonials from the council members who expressed interest. We need to show that there's genuine excitement on both sides." The interns jumped into action, their laughter fading into focused determination. Clara, however, couldn't shake the feeling of urgency. She needed to solidify their budding friendship before misunderstandings crept back in. Later that afternoon, Clara received a message from Gunther, inviting her to the Zelthorian Council for a follow-up discussion. Excitement bubbled inside her. This was the moment she had been waiting for, a chance to solidify their partnership and pitch her ideas. The next day, Clara donned her most professional attire, no rubber chickens this time, just a crisp lab coat, and set off for the Zelthorian capital. Upon arrival, she was greeted with the mesmerizing sights of the alien city, its iridescent towers glistening like jewels against the soft lavender sky. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, and Clara could sense the unity that had been forged during the games lingering in the air. As she entered the council chamber, she noticed a marked difference in the demeanor of the Zelthorians. They welcomed her warmly, their large eyes sparkling with curiosity rather than suspicion. Clara felt a rush of confidence as she stepped up to present her proposal. "Esteemed members of the council," she began, her voice steady and clear, "I stand before you today not just as a scientist from Earth, but as a friend eager to build a bridge between our worlds. The Galactic Games showed us how much we can learn from each other, and I believe a cultural exchange program will allow us to explore our differences and celebrate our similarities." As she spoke, Clara watched Gunther's eyes widen in interest. The other council members leaned forward, their expressions shifting from passive observers to engaged participants. She continued, outlining her vision with enthusiasm, detailing how Earth's diverse cultures could intertwine with the Zelthorian customs, each benefiting from the other. the potential for knowledge sharing is boundless. Imagine Zelthorian scholars learning about human history and art while introducing us to their innovations in sustainable energy and space travel. Clara exclaimed, her passion contagious. As she concluded her presentation, the room erupted into a flurry of whispers. Clara's heart raced, but she remained composed, hopeful. Then Gunther rose to speak, its voice resonating with a tone of authority yet tinged with warmth. Dr. Lee, your words reflect not only a desire for knowledge but a commitment to understanding. We accept your proposal for a cultural exchange program. Cheers erupted from the Zelthorian Council, and Clara could hardly believe her ears. It was a significant step, one that promised to reshape the relationship between their civilizations. As she basked in the moment, she realized the challenges ahead would require effort, patience, and a continued commitment to open communication. Over the next few weeks, the cultural exchange program took shape. Clara organized teams of scientists, educators, and artists eager to travel to Zelthor, while the Zelthorians prepared for their first visits to Earth. There were hiccups, of course, like the time Clara accidentally sent a shipment of Earth snacks that included chocolate-covered crickets, which left the Zelthorian delegates bewildered. They had thought it was a delicacy, but laughter often bridged the gaps. Clara found herself hosting weekly video calls with Gunther and Zephyr, discussing the progress of their initiatives and sharing humorous anecdotes from their respective cultures. Their friendship blossomed, fueled by a shared goal and a sense of camaraderie that made even the most daunting tasks feel light-hearted. One day, during one of their calls, Zephyr surprised Clara with an idea. Why don't we organize an intergalactic festival? A day where we showcase our cultures through art, music, and, of course, food. Clara's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. A celebration of our collaboration. We can invite people from both planets to participate, learn, and have fun. Excitement bubbled between them as they began planning the festival, envisioning an event that would truly capture the essence of their newfound friendship. They settled on a date and began drafting a list of activities, from cooking classes to dance performances, each designed to foster interaction and understanding. As the day of the festival approached, Clara felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Would the citizens of Earth and Zelthor embrace this opportunity to learn about one another? As she looked around at her bustling lab, now filled with preparations for the festival, she felt a surge of hope. Finally, the day of the festival arrived. Clara stood on the vibrant grounds that had been transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with booths showcasing Zelthorian art, human crafts, and culinary delights from both planets. Excited chatter filled the air as people from all walks of life mingled, their curiosity shining through. Clara spotted Gunther and Zephyr across the field, and her heart swelled with pride. Together, they made their way through the throngs of participants, engaging with attendees, sharing stories, and encouraging interactions between humans and Zelthorians. Laughter and joy filled the air as they participated in cooking demonstrations and dance contests, blending their cultures in delightful, unexpected ways. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, Clara took to the stage, her heart racing with excitement. Welcome, everyone, to our first intergalactic festival. Today, we celebrate the friendship and understanding we have built together. Let's embrace our differences and create memories that will last for generations. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Clara felt a wave of warmth wash over her. In that moment, she knew they had created something truly special, an opportunity for connection that transcended the barriers of space and time. The festival unfolded with laughter, music, and shared experiences, culminating in a dance that combined Zelthorian and human styles. Clara, in her human form, danced alongside Gunther, their movements a celebration of their unique cultures. As the stars twinkled above, Clara realized that they had not just built bridges, they had forged a vibrant tapestry of friendship and understanding. Every misunderstanding, every rubber chicken mishap, had led them to this moment, where laughter and connection reigned supreme. In the days that followed, Clara's lab transformed into a hub of collaboration. Zelthorian scholars visited, sharing insights on their energy technologies, while Clara and her team introduced them to human innovations in agriculture and art. The cultural exchange program blossomed, with participants eagerly trading knowledge and experiences, laughing through their miscommunications, and celebrating their differences. One day, as Clara reflected on the journey they had taken, she received a message from Zephyr. "Clara, I have an idea for our next festival. We should include a talent show. I want to perform a human-style comedy routine." Clara chuckled, her heart full. "I can't wait to see that. And who knows, maybe I'll finally get to share some of my alien dance moves." As they planned for the future, Clara realized that her initial goal had evolved. It was no longer just about establishing peace, it was about creating a thriving partnership that honored both civilizations and their rich tapestries of culture. As she flipped the pages of her notebook, her mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps they could even collaborate on space exploration projects, combining Earth's experience with Zelther's technology. The universe was vast, and together, they had only just begun to scratch the surface. And so, in a world where rubber chickens had paved the way for intergalactic friendship, Clara knew that the journey ahead would be filled with laughter, challenges, and endless opportunities for connection. In the quiet moments before sleep, Clara often found herself smiling, grateful for the ridiculous twists and turns that had brought them all together. The world was richer, and the cosmos felt a little smaller, all because she dared to embrace the chaos and the laughter. Along the way, with a heart full of hope and laughter, she closed her notebook, ready to greet whatever the universe had in store next. In a city where the streets pulsed with energy and neon lights flickered like fireflies on a summer night, Elliot Perkins was the kind of guy who could trip over his own shoelaces while standing still. At 33, he had mastered the art of social awkwardness, finding solace in the glow of his computer screen rather than the chaos of human interaction. On this particular evening, he was set to unveil his latest tech innovation, an emotional avatar designed to revolutionize human connection. "Elliot, you ready?" called out Miranda, his sharp-tongued colleague, from across the lab. "Of course. Just give me a second, my avatar is, preparing." He winced, fiddling with the controls, his fingers a blur as he tried to straighten out a series of glitches. The avatar flickered to life, a hyper-enthusiastic version of himself, complete with an over-the-top grin and wild gestures. Elliot had hoped for cool and composed, but what materialized was an emotionally unstable version of him that resembled a poorly programmed carnival ride. "Welcome, everyone. Let's feel those feelings," the avatar shouted, arms waving like a conductor who'd just lost the plot. The room erupted in laughter. Elliot's face turned crimson as the avatar proceeded to reenact a dramatic breakup, complete with weeping and an unceremonious exit. "This wasn't what I intended," he stammered, sinking into his seat. Miranda leaned in, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Great job, Elliot. You just made everyone's night." Defeated, Elliot slumped back in his chair, drowning in a sea of mortification. That's when a notification flashed on his screen: "Join Heart Sync. Connect with an emotional soulmate through your avatar." "What the heck?" he murmured, his curiosity piqued despite himself. The description promised a shared experience of feelings: joy, sadness, even nostalgia, through a virtual avatar. Lonely and desperate for connection, he clicked the link, not fully grasping the rabbit hole he was about to tumble down. The next day, Elliot found himself in his cramped apartment, setting up for his first heart-sync session. The room was littered with empty takeout containers, a testament to his hermit lifestyle. "Here goes nothing," he muttered as he donned the headset, feeling like a gladiator stepping into an arena. In a burst of pixels and color, he was transported into a vibrant virtual world. His avatar appeared, still a bit too peppy, but at least it didn't look like it was having a midlife crisis. Across from him, a radiant figure materialized, Maya, an exuberant avatar with a swirl of colors for hair and a personality that practically sparkled. "Hey there." Maya chirped, her voice as bright as her appearance. "I'm so excited to connect. Let's dive into our emotions." Elliot blinked. Sure. I guess." Their first session unfolded like a bizarre dream. They raced through a landscape made of candy clouds and waterfalls of laughter, jumping from one emotional scenario to another. Elliot struggled to keep up with Maya's enthusiasm, feeling like he was trying to run a marathon with a bag of potatoes strapped to his back. "Let's explore joy," Maya suggested, and suddenly they were atop a mountain made of whipped cream. "Feel that? The exhilaration of conquering the peak." Elliot couldn't help but chuckle. "I feel sticky." "Exactly. That's the beauty of it," she laughed, and the whipped cream began to slide down the mountain, causing both avatars to slip and tumble. Oops. It's a slippery slope of happiness. Elliot found himself laughing, a genuine, unforced laugh that he hadn't felt in ages. The humor and absurdity of the situation melted some of his anxiety, and he began to realize that maybe this connection was exactly what he needed. As their sessions continued, Elliot found himself more and more comfortable with Maya. Each exploration unearthed new layers of emotion. They tackled nostalgia by creating a virtual playground filled with items from their childhood, like giant teddy bears and slide guitars, while discussing bittersweet memories. Elliot reminisced about the time he tried to impress a crush by baking cookies, only to burn them to a crisp. "Hey, at least you tried." Maya grinned, tossing a pixelated cookie in his direction that promptly exploded into confetti. But as he basked in the joy of these connections, Elliot also discovered a side of Maya that was tinged with melancholy. During one session, while exploring sadness, her vibrant aura dimmed. "I use this to escape," she confessed, her voice softer than the playful tone he was used to. "It's easier to feel things here than to face what's out there." Elliot's heart sank. He realized that behind the vibrant avatar lay a real person, Jasper, an artist battling his own loneliness. The more they shared, the more he found himself invested in this emotional journey, captivated by the depth of connection they had built. Then came the day of reckoning. A glitch in the heart-sync system threatened to erase all connections. Elliot received a frantic message during a session: "Connection lost in 3, 2, 1, no, no, no," he shouted, panic surging through him. The colorful world around them began to shatter into fragments. "What do I do?" "Stay calm. We can fix this." Maya, Jasper said, though the worry in his voice was palpable. In the midst of the chaos, Elliot's panic morphed into determination. "We've shared so much. I can't lose you," he exclaimed, grasping the sides of his headset like a lifeline. "Let's tap into those emotions we explored together," Jasper urged. "Remember joy, remember laughter. Focus on what we've built." Elliot closed his eyes, drawing on their shared experiences. They had journeyed through laughter and nostalgia, faced fears and vulnerabilities together. In a rush, he remembered the sweetness of their virtual playground, the hilarious mishaps, and the moments of true connection. "Let's do this!" Elliot shouted, and with a sudden surge of emotion, he reached out for Jasper. Their avatars collided, merging in a swirl of color and light. With a jolt, the world around them stabilized, pixels snapping back into place. They were safe, but the relief was fleeting. Elliot's heart sank at the thought of returning to his lonely life. "Jasper, I need to talk to you," Elliot said, struggling to voice his feelings. "What is it?" Jasper's vibrant avatar seemed to dim slightly, as if sensing the weight of the moment. Elliot took a breath. "I can't just connect with you here and then go back to being alone. I've changed. I want to meet you, for real." Silence hung between them, thick and charged. Finally, Jasper's avatar flickered back to life, a bright smile breaking through. "I'd like that. Let's not just be avatars." Elliot felt a rush of hope, but doubt still clawed at him. "But what if I mess it up? What if it's not the same?" "Life is messy, Elliot. But that's part of the journey," Jasper replied, his voice reassuring. "Let's figure it out together." The next few days were a whirlwind of anticipation and anxiety. Elliot worked up the courage to meet Jasper in real life, his heart racing with every text exchanged. Finally, they settled on a coffee shop, a cozy nook filled with mismatched chairs and the smell of freshly brewed coffee. Elliot arrived early, his palms sweaty and his stomach a battleground of butterflies. When the door swung open, he held his breath. In walked Jasper, tall, with a warm smile and an artistic air about him. "Elliot," he said, scanning the room. "Hey!" Elliot squeaked, waving awkwardly. They locked eyes, and a rush of familiarity washed over them, as if they'd known each other forever. They settled into a corner booth, the chatter of the cafe fading into the background. "So, how's it feel to finally meet in 3D? Jasper grinned, a playful glint in his eyes. Elliot chuckled nervously. "A bit surreal, honestly. You're not just a swirl of pixels. Neither are you." Jasper teased, and Elliot felt his tension ease. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, peppered with laughter and shared stories. They reminisced about their virtual adventures, each retelling bringing more humor and warmth. Elliot felt himself relax, the initial awkwardness fading into genuine connection. As they talked, Elliot found himself captivated not just by Jasper's vibrant personality but also by the depth of his creativity. He could see the passion that fueled his art, the way he viewed the world through a lens of color and emotion. It was exhilarating. But then came a moment that halted their laughter, a brief silence as they locked eyes. "I want you to know," Jasper said softly, "the Heart Sync program helped me face some hard truths. I'm not perfect." "Who is?" Elliot replied, feeling a surge of bravery. "I'm still figuring things out, too." "Then let's figure it out together," Jasper suggested, his voice filled with warmth. Elliot's heart raced. "I'd like that." Their connection deepened as they continued to meet, each encounter a blend of laughter, vulnerability, and genuine discovery. Elliot embraced the messiness of life, learning to navigate the ups and downs with Jasper by his side. Weeks passed, and Elliot's world transformed. No longer was he just the socially awkward techie, he was someone who felt alive, who dared to connect and explore the intricacies of human emotion. With every shared experience, they painted their lives in bold, beautiful strokes, turning the mundane into something magical. One evening, as they walked through the park, leaves crunching underfoot, Elliot turned to Jasper. You know, I think I'm finally ready to face my emotions without the avatar. Jasper smiled, a proud glint in his eyes. That's what it's all about. As they strolled beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, Elliot felt a warmth spread through him. He realized that while technology could facilitate connections, it was the real, messy, beautiful moments that truly mattered. "Hey, you want to try something?" Jasper asked, pulling out a small sketchbook. "What's that?" "Let's create a memory together. Right here, right now." Elliot's eyes widened in surprise. "You mean, like, draw?" "Exactly. No avatars, just us. Let's capture this moment." With a hesitant smile, Elliot took the pencil, and together they sketched their surroundings, their laughter filling the night air. The stars above seemed to twinkle in approval, and for the first time, Elliot felt a sense of belonging that transcended the digital world. As the night wore on, they captured their emotions on paper, each stroke a testament to their journey, a journey of connection, of laughter, of facing the messiness of life together. And in that moment, Elliot knew he had found something real and enduring, a friendship that thrived beyond the pixels and screens, rooted in the very essence of what it meant to be human. As they finished their drawing, Elliot looked at Jasper, his heart full. "Thanks for being my emotional soulmate. I'm glad I took the leap." "Me too, Elliot. Here's to many more adventures, both virtual and real." And as they stepped back into the bustling world, side by side, Elliot felt a renewed sense of hope. Life was unpredictable, but with Jasper, he was ready to embrace whatever came next. As Elliot and Jasper strolled through the park, the evening air buzzed with energy, filled with the chatter of couples and the rustling of leaves. Elliot glanced at the sketch they had created together, two avatars standing side by side against a backdrop of swirling stars. It wasn't just a drawing, it was a symbol of their newfound connection, a blend of their personalities captured on paper. "Do you think we could make this a regular thing?" Elliot asked, half hopeful, half nervous. "I mean, drawing together, exploring new places, just being us?" Jasper's eyes lit up. "Absolutely. There's a whole world out there to discover. We could go to art exhibits, concerts, or even just try new coffee shops. The possibilities are endless." Elliot felt a thrill of excitement. It was exhilarating to think that their relationship was evolving beyond the confines of a screen. They had transformed from virtual avatars to real-life friends, no filters, no glitches. As they walked, they stumbled upon a small outdoor market, filled with local vendors selling handmade crafts, fresh produce, and street food that wafted enticing aromas into the night. "Let's check it out," Jasper exclaimed, pulling Elliot toward a stall that displayed vibrant paintings and intricate pottery. Elliot marveled at the variety of colors and textures. "This is incredible," he said, picking up a small ceramic piece shaped like a bird. "It's so whimsical." Jasper leaned in, examining it closely. "I love how it captures movement. It reminds me of the way you let loose during our sessions." Elliot chuckled, his cheeks warming at the memory of their wild emotional adventures. "If only I could do that in real life without making a fool of myself." "Hey, it's okay to be a little goofy sometimes. That's where the magic happens." Jasper smiled, nudging Elliot playfully. "Embrace the messiness, remember?" "Right, the messiness," Elliot echoed, feeling a wave of comfort in Jasper's words. He found it easy to be himself around him, as if the anxiety that typically clouded his interactions had lifted. They wandered from stall to stall, trying samples of artisan cheese and freshly baked pastries, laughing and teasing each other as they went. Eventually, they reached a booth selling handmade jewelry. An elderly woman behind the counter smiled warmly at them. "Welcome, dears. Feel free to try on anything you like." Jasper picked up a delicate silver bracelet adorned with tiny charms. "This one looks like it was made for you," he said, handing it to Elliot. Elliot hesitated, staring at the shiny piece. "I don't usually wear jewelry. I mean, what if it doesn't suit me? Just try it on. It's not a commitment, just a fun experiment." With a resigned grin, Elliot slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. He glanced at the reflection in a nearby mirror, surprised at how it glinted against his skin. "Okay, maybe it's not terrible," he admitted. Jasper leaned closer, tilting his head. "See? You look great. Just think of it as a reminder of our adventures." Elliot's heart swelled at the sentiment. "All right, I'll take it," he said to the woman, who beamed as she wrapped the bracelet in soft tissue paper. "Thank you. It will look lovely on you," she said, her voice like warm honey. As they continued exploring, Elliot realized he was genuinely enjoying himself, something he hadn't felt in a long time. The laughter, the little moments of connection, they were weaving a tapestry of experiences that brought color to his life. Later, they found a cozy spot on a bench, munching on candied nuts while watching street performers. A juggler entertained a small crowd, tossing flaming torches high into the air. Elliot felt a sense of awe. The sheer bravery of the performer mirrored the courage he was trying to summon in his own life. "Do you ever wish you could just dive into something without fear?" Elliot mused, his gaze fixed on the juggler. "Every day," Jasper replied, his voice thoughtful. "But then I remind myself that it's okay to be scared. It means we care about what we're doing. It's part of the journey." Elliot nodded, the warmth of Jasper's words sinking in. "You're right. I guess I've spent too long hiding behind my screens, avoiding anything that felt risky." Jasper shot him a sideways glance, a playful smirk on his lips. "Well, if you want to keep stepping out of your comfort zone, I have a challenge for you." "Oh? What kind of challenge?" Elliot asked, intrigued. "Let's take a spontaneous art class together. I know a place that offers drop-in sessions. It'll be fun, and I promise to be your artistic cheerleader." Elliot's stomach twisted with apprehension. "Art class? You mean, with real people? What if I make a mess?" "Then we'll make a mess together." Jasper laughed, the sound light and infectious. "Embrace the messiness, remember?" A smile broke through Elliot's initial hesitation. "Okay, let's do it. I'm in." The next weekend, they arrived at the art studio, a cozy space filled with easels, paint splatters on the floor, and the rich scent of turpentine. A small group of people milled about, chatting and laughing as they prepared for the class. Elliot's heart raced, a mix of excitement and nerves swirling inside him. "See? Look at all these people," Jasper said, nudging him. "Just a bunch of art lovers. We're going to have a blast." As the instructor began to explain the basics of color mixing, Elliot felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He could already picture himself fumbling with the brush, making a fool of himself in front of everyone. But then he caught Jasper's encouraging smile from across the room, and something inside him shifted. With each stroke of the brush, Elliot immersed himself in the vibrant colors. They experimented with abstract shapes, letting their creativity flow without judgment. Jasper's laughter echoed beside him as they engaged in a playful competition to create the most ridiculous piece of art. "Look at mine," Elliot exclaimed, holding up a canvas filled with swirls of blue and orange that looked like a psychedelic storm. "It's, definitely something." Jasper squinted, trying to stifle a laugh. It's a masterpiece. Truly avant-garde. Really? Elliot grinned, the tension easing from his shoulders. Yours is way better. You actually made something that looks like a sunset. Just wait until I add the unicorns, Jasper quipped, reaching for a bright pink paint. As the class continued, Elliot lost himself in the joy of creation, the laughter between them filling the air. He found himself painting with abandon, no longer worried about perfection. By the end of the session, they had each created something unique, an explosion of colors and emotions on canvas. Look at us. We survived our first art class. Jasper said, high-fiving Elliot. Elliot beamed, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Thanks for pushing me out of my comfort zone. Anytime. I'm your personal cheerleader, remember? Jasper replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Next challenge, karaoke. Whoa, slow down. One messy adventure at a time. Elliot laughed, his heart racing at the thought. As they packed up their supplies, Elliot couldn't help but reflect on how far he had come since their first heart-sync session. He felt lighter, unburdened by the weight of his insecurities. The world seemed full of possibilities, and with Jasper by his side, he was ready to embrace whatever came next. Over the following weeks, their adventures continued. They explored art exhibits, attended outdoor concerts, and even tried their hand at pottery, their laughter echoing in the small studio as they created more masterpieces. Elliot found himself thriving in the messiness of life, each experience adding a new layer of color to his existence. Yet, amid the excitement, Elliot began to feel a deeper connection with Jasper, something that transcended friendship. Their shared moments felt electric, filled with unspoken words and lingering glances. Each time their hands brushed, a spark ignited, and Elliot found himself grappling with feelings he hadn't anticipated. One evening, as they strolled along the river, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the water, Elliot's heart raced with anticipation. Jasper, he started, his voice barely above a whisper, can we talk about something? Jasper turned to him, his expression curious. Sure, what's on your mind? Elliot hesitated, his thoughts swirling like the leaves dancing in the breeze. I've been thinking about us. About how much our connection means to me. Jasper's gaze softened, and Elliot felt a rush of hope. Me too, he admitted, stepping closer. I've never felt this way about anyone before. Neither have I, Jasper replied, his voice steady. I've been hesitant to say anything because I didn't want to ruin what we have. But I care about you, Elliot. A lot. Elliot's heart soared, the weight of his uncertainty lifting. I care about you too. I want to explore this, whatever this is. Then let's explore it together, Jasper said, a smile breaking across his face. Let's embrace the messiness, just like we have been. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Elliot felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He reached for Jasper's hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. I'm really glad you came into my life. Me too, Jasper said, his voice low and sincere. I'm excited to see where this takes us. In that moment, with the river shimmering in the fading light, Elliot knew they were embarking on a new journey, one filled with uncertainty, excitement, and endless possibilities. Together, they were ready to navigate the beauty of their connection, hand in hand, embracing the messiness of life and love. As they walked along the water, Elliot felt a sense of peace settle within him. This was just the beginning of their adventure, a journey that promised to be as colorful and vibrant as the art they had created together. And for the first time in a long time, he felt truly alive. Maya Chen stood at the front of her classroom, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Today was going to be different. Today, she was going to unveil the latest innovation in educational technology, the virtual avatar program. As she surveyed the sea of bored faces, some staring blankly at their desks, others scrolling through their phones, she felt a wave of doubt. Would her students embrace this new approach, or would they roll their eyes like they had at every other attempt to make learning fun? "All right, everyone," she called, forcing enthusiasm into her voice. "Today, we're going to learn with the help of a very special guest. Meet Professor Pixel." As she pressed the button to launch the program, her classroom erupted in a chorus of snickers. Suddenly, Professor Pixel appeared on the screen, a cartoonish figure with oversized glasses and a bright, pixelated smile. But before Maya could get through her introduction, the program glitched. The avatar flickered, transformed into a giant dancing banana, and began singing off-key. The room exploded with laughter. "Is this really what we're doing now?" Jake, a wiry 8th grader with perpetually tousled hair, shouted over the din. He was the kid who could hardly sit still, let alone focus on anything academic. Maya couldn't help but chuckle, her cheeks flushing. "Well, it looks like Professor Pixel is a bit unconventional. But let's see what we can learn from a banana today." As the students howled with laughter, Maya realized that perhaps she had struck gold in the absurdity of it all. If nothing else, she had their attention. With her unconventional icebreaker, the lesson began. Maya harnessed the chaos, guiding her students through math problems while using Professor Pixel's antics to illustrate concepts. As the banana avatar stumbled through fractions, the students engaged, shouting out answers and cracking jokes about the fruitful education they were receiving. For the first time, Maya felt the classroom alive with energy. Weeks passed, and each day, Professor Pixel became a staple in their learning routine. Maya introduced interactive quizzes and challenges, encouraging students to compete with one another, earning pixel points for correct answers. Slowly, she began to see changes in her students. Jake, who had always struggled to concentrate, completed a book report with enthusiasm, while Sarah, a shy girl with a penchant for math, finally raised her hand to answer a question. One day, during a math quiz, Professor Pixel mispronounced Pythagorean theorem as potato gone where? The room erupted into laughter once more, and for a moment, all the stresses of standardized tests and school politics faded away. Maya joined in, tears of laughter streaming down her face. But with every high, there came a low. Just when Maya felt they were hitting their stride, the system crashed. The screen flickered and then went dark, leaving her standing helplessly before her class. A collective groan echoed through the room. "Guess Professor Pixel went on a vacation," Jake quipped, but the energy had shifted. The students exchanged glances of frustration. Maya felt a knot tighten in her stomach. "All right, everyone, let's take a break," she suggested, trying to salvage the moment. As she walked around the room, she overheard Jake muttering, "This is just like every other stupid lesson." Her heart sank. The next day, she sat in a faculty meeting, Mr. Thompson's grumpy face the first thing she saw. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, as the principal praised the potential of the Avatar program. "It's a joke," Thompson declared, shaking his head. "Technology won't fix education. You need real teaching, not dancing bananas." Maya bristled but held her tongue. She had hoped to impress the older teachers with her innovative approach, but instead, she felt like a child playing with toys. She couldn't let this defeat her. That afternoon, she brainstormed ways to improve her program. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the avatars were only part of the equation. What her students needed was connection, real, human connection. She started planning a showcase event where her students could present their work using Professor Pixel as a fun sidekick, but without relying solely on technology. "Let's show them what we can do," she said to her class, and to her surprise, they rallied around the idea. Jake took the lead, brainstorming creative ways to present his book report, while Sarah came up with a math game that involved audience participation, but then disaster struck. On the day of the showcase, a storm rolled in, and the power went out. The gym where the event was supposed to take place was dark, silent. Maya felt panic rising in her chest. "What do we do?" she whispered to herself. Just as the students began to complain, Maya stood tall. "We can't let this stop us," she exclaimed. "Let's do this the old-fashioned way. We'll present without the avatars." The students stared at her, incredulous. "You mean no pixel?" Jake asked, his eyes wide. "Exactly. This is our chance to show everyone what we've learned without relying on technology. It'll be an adventure." With a mix of excitement and apprehension, her class regrouped, crafting a performance that combined their projects into a lively, engaging showcase. They rehearsed their presentations, spinning stories and math problems into entertaining anecdotes. When the time came, Maya looked out at the small crowd of parents and faculty gathered in the dim light, anxiety swirling in her stomach. The students took center stage, and she watched in awe as they transformed from hesitant learners into confident presenters. Jake led off, making jokes that had the audience laughing. Sarah, usually so quiet, spoke passionately about her math game, engaging the crowd to participate. The more they performed, the more the audience responded, clapping and cheering. By the end, Maya stood at the back of the room, tears of pride in her eyes. It was clear that her students had learned far more than math or reading. They had learned to work together, to support one another, and to shine without relying on the crutch of technology. As the crowd erupted in applause, Maya felt a wave of validation wash over her. She hadn't just taught them to learn, she had taught them to connect. "Who needs a dancing banana?" she thought with a smile, beaming at her students as they took their bows. They had truly become the stars of the show. In the following days, the energy of the showcase lingered in the classroom. Maya and her students continued to build on their success, blending the lessons learned through Professor Pixel with their newfound confidence. The avatar still made appearances, often in unexpected and hilarious ways, but now it was just one tool in their educational toolbox. Maya learned to embrace the chaos of teaching, recognizing that the heart of education lay not in flashy technology, but in the connections they formed along the way. As she prepared for the next unit, she looked at her students, each one a vibrant personality, and realized that the future of education was bright. And whether it was through avatars or in-person connections, the most important lesson was always about discovery, laughter, and the joy of learning together. Maya's classroom buzzed with a newfound energy as her students rallied around their recent success. Each day felt like a celebration of learning, where creativity and collaboration took center stage. Professor Pixel was still around, popping up occasionally to provide comic relief, but the real magic was happening when the screens were off and the students were interacting face to face. One bright Monday morning, Maya entered the classroom with a stack of colorful index cards. "All right, team. Today we're diving into storytelling. Each of you will create a character, and together, you're going to craft a story that combines all our ideas." The students' eyes lit up, a spark of excitement igniting in the air. Jake, usually bouncing off the walls, sat up straight. "Can my character be a superhero who saves the world with math?" he asked, a grin spreading across his face. "Absolutely," Maya replied, jotting down his idea. "And what about you, Sarah? What do you think?" Sarah, still shy but emboldened by her recent success, spoke up. "Mine could be a detective who uses geometry to solve crimes." Maya clapped her hands. "Perfect. Now, let's brainstorm together. What's our setting? Where does this story take place?" As they exchanged ideas, Maya facilitated the discussion, encouraging students to build on one another's concepts. A sense of camaraderie developed as they collaborated, laughing and brainstorming. They decided on a futuristic city where math was a superpower, and each student's character had unique abilities based on their math skills. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, but Maya saw that her students were still deep in conversation. "Remember, we'll continue this tomorrow. Bring your character descriptions and ideas for the plot." As the students filed out, Maya felt a glow of satisfaction. The laughter, the creativity, it felt like she was witnessing something special. The next day, they would start drafting their story, weaving their characters together in a grand adventure. That night, as Maya sat at her kitchen table, she reflected on how far they had come. The days of students staring at their phones in disinterest felt like a distant memory. Instead, she had a group of engaged learners excited about math and storytelling. Maybe education didn't have to be about rigid structures and endless testing. Maybe it could be fun, creative, and, most importantly, meaningful. The following day, they dove into writing their story. Each student took turns reading their character's introduction aloud, and Maya encouraged them to offer feedback. "What can we add to make our characters even more interesting?" she prompted. "I want my superhero to have a sidekick that's a talking calculator," Jake exclaimed. "And mine can have a pet that's a triangle," Sarah added, her confidence shining through. Maya watched with pride as they built their narrative, and soon, the classroom was filled with the sounds of laughter and excitement. The walls that once confined their imaginations seemed to dissolve as they brought their story to life. But just as the atmosphere peaked, a shadow fell over the room. Mr. Thompson walked in, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the chaos. "What's going on in here?" he asked, crossing his arms. Maya felt a rush of apprehension. "We're working on a storytelling project, trying to engage students with math in a fun way," she explained, hoping to ease his skepticism. "Looks more like a circus than a classroom," he retorted, glancing at the colorful character sketches plastered on the board. Maya took a deep breath. "I understand your concern, but the engagement levels have skyrocketed since we started using Professor Pixel and these collaborative projects. The students are learning more than I ever thought possible." Mr. Thompson shook his head. "Education should be about discipline and structure, not just fun. You can't lose sight of the basics." With a mix of determination and disappointment, Maya responded, "But the basics can be fun. We can teach them while they're excited. Isn't that what we want?" He opened his mouth to retort, but paused, looking around the classroom. The students were laughing, discussing, and collaborating. For a moment, Maya thought she could see a flicker of recognition in his eyes. But just as quickly, it was gone. "Well, I hope you're not losing sight of the curriculum," he said before turning and leaving the room. Maya let out a sigh. She knew that Thompson was a traditionalist and that he viewed her methods as frivolous. But as she watched her students, she felt reassured. They were learning, growing, and having fun doing it. That was what mattered. Over the next few weeks, the storytelling project blossomed. They crafted their characters into an epic tale, filled with math puzzles and challenges that required teamwork to solve. Maya encouraged them to illustrate scenes, and soon the classroom was a riot of colors and creativity. Then came the day of the big presentation. Maya had organized a showcase, inviting parents, teachers, and even the principal to come and witness the culmination of their efforts. As the students prepared backstage, Maya felt a familiar mix of excitement and nerves. "Remember, just have fun," she told them as they paced, rehearsing their lines. When the audience filled the seats, Maya took a deep breath and introduced the project. "Welcome, everyone. Today, you're going to witness a collaboration of creativity and mathematics as my students present their very own story, Math City, the superheroes of geometry." As the curtain opened, the students stepped forward, their characters brought to life with costumes and props. Jake stood in a makeshift cape, declaring himself the math hero, while Sarah, donning a detective hat, strutted confidently onto the stage. The performance was a hit. Laughter erupted from the audience as the students acted out scenes filled with math challenges that the heroes had to solve to save Math City. At one point, they called upon the audience to help solve a tricky problem, pulling everyone into the fun. After the presentation, the applause was thunderous. Maya's heart swelled with pride as her students took their bows, their faces beaming. They had transformed from reluctant learners into confident performers, and they had done it together. After the showcase, parents and faculty mingled, praising the students' creativity. Even Mr. Thompson approached Maya, his expression softened. "I must admit, they did well," he said grudgingly. "I still believe in structure, but you've found a way to engage them." "Thank you," Maya replied, feeling a flicker of hope. "I think finding joy in learning is crucial. It doesn't have to be one or the other." As the school year continued, Maya's classroom became a hub of creativity. Students approached learning with enthusiasm, and the walls adorned with their art and stories served as a testament to their growth. Maya felt a sense of fulfillment she hadn't experienced before. Towards the end of the school year, the principal invited Maya to share her methods with the entire faculty at a professional development day. Nervous but excited, she prepared a presentation highlighting how she integrated technology and collaboration in her teaching. On the day of her presentation, she stood before her colleagues, filled with a mix of apprehension and determination. "Education is evolving," she began. "It's about finding ways to engage our students, not just with technology, but with each other. When we create a classroom environment where creativity flourishes, our students thrive." She showcased videos of her students interacting with Professor Pixel, working together on projects, and presenting their work. The laughter and engagement were palpable, and for the first time, she could see her fellow teachers leaning in, intrigued. When she finished, the room erupted into applause. Even Mr. Thompson stood and clapped, a look of genuine respect on his face. "You've proven that learning can be fun and effective," he said, a hint of admiration in his voice. Maya beamed, feeling a sense of validation wash over her. She had not only transformed her classroom but had also begun to shift the perspective of her colleagues. Education could indeed be fun, and it could empower students in ways they hadn't imagined. As the school year drew to a close, Maya reflected on the journey she and her students had taken. They had conquered challenges, built connections, and embraced learning with open arms. Each student had discovered their unique potential, and Maya felt privileged to have been a part of that process. On the last day of school, as students filed out of her classroom, Maya felt a bittersweet pang. She had watched them grow, and while she was excited for summer, she knew she would miss their laughter and creativity. "Don't forget to keep using your math powers over the break," she called after them, and they turned, grinning, "only if you promise to keep Professor Pixel alive." Jake shouted back, and the others joined in, giggling. With a smile on her face, Maya locked the door behind them and took a moment to soak in the memories of the year. It had been challenging, exhilarating, and ultimately rewarding. As she walked to her car, she couldn't help but think about the future. She was excited to continue exploring new ways to inspire her students, whether through avatars or storytelling, and she knew that education was just beginning to transform in remarkable ways. With the sun setting on another school year, Maya felt hopeful about what lay ahead. She had discovered her passion not just for teaching but for nurturing creativity, building connections, and opening the door to learning in all its vibrant forms. And as she drove home, she imagined the stories yet to be written, the characters yet to be created, and the countless adventures waiting just around the corner. The end.